Okay. Hello, hello. Greetings, folks. Welcome to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. I'm just setting up my comments here. It's a pleasure, as usual, to see everybody hanging out here. Hi, Desiree. Looks like you got a few people already hanging out with us.
Why do you want to learn Hebrew?
Blah, 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 blah. Desiree, Olma, Zubair, Oblivion to Awakening, Alexander Person. Very nice to see you guys. And I'm sure we're going to get a whole bunch more people. Irene Mack, my dude. Nice to see you, Irene. Hello, Vanessa. Welcome, everybody. Everyone's going to jump on in. I'm kind of actually somewhat sort of on time today, which is a nice change up. Hello, Batman Goo. Vignac, nice to see ya. Let the folks pile in. It's nice to see everybody hanging out here. My name is Dustin Cormier, and we are watching another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, in particular, of course, we're going to be doing more of our cold readings. And our cold readings today are going to be focused on some new work that I've been doing with what I call the evolutionary script. You can see me kind of making reference to it here in the middle of this thumbnail. Now, let's just check out the full evolutionary script. Now, if you guys are watching, I know everybody loves the cold readings. I'm going to be trying to base today's reading essentially on the work that I've been doing with what I call this evolutionary script. So the evolutionary script consists of 4 major arcs of what we could call transit. We've got the periods that I'm often talking about, the Nisargika Dasha periods. We've got these nodal transit periods, which are a huge thing that I've been into for a while, and I'm going to be talking about that soon on my channel. We also have the Graha maturation. It's when each planet matures at a certain year. And of course, we also have the Saturn transits to itself. It's going to square an opposition and conjunct itself in a sort of a set plan, because Saturn has a pretty stable set orbit. And altogether, it looks like when you put them all together, you can see throughout the years all these different things happening. Now, there are times when I've got these little red numbers circled. Those are times when there's a whole bunch of things falling into one spot. Particularly, we've got 28, 27, 28, we've got 32, 36, 43, 48, and then around 54, 57, and then the great cycle of Saturn at 70. So this is my evolutionary script. You've been seeing me discussing it and talking about it in my cold readings, but I've never really come out with it in just a strict, clear way like this. So, oh wow, now we got lots of people in here. Hello, Dual Set. The Mike Bailey, nice to see you, pal. The Feral Writer. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that you're enjoying my content. Cynthia, nice to see you here. So Mike is asking, am I sort of approaching these cold readings today from a generational sense and then breaking it down to an individual level? That's not quite how I would say it. Every astrologer kind of has to paint the background of a person and then put them in the foreground so that the foreground can appreciate the background. Like, for example, oh, you were born in the generation with Pluto in Libra. At this time, Uranus and Neptune were here. The node was right here. This is where Saturn was. Those are kind of generational things that can be spoken to. Even the whole Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, boomers and zoomers, like even those things can be a part of a reading. But I think what Mike is sort of asking, I'll kind of answer it more this way. Remember, we've got this evolutionary script that happens for everybody at the same time in life. Everybody is in the moon phase from 0 to 1 years old. Everyone is in the Mars phase from 1 to 3. Everyone's in the Mercury phase from 3 to 12 years old. And then after 3 to 12, you'll notice I've got Ernst's early childhood planets, Moon, Mars, and Mercury. So they are really leaning into a certain thing. There's hardly even any karma to speak to there. It's when the person becomes 12 and up that they enter the Venus period, and they enter youth, and they kind of enter a period of life where it makes sense to do astrology, in my opinion, after 12 years old. So these cycles that we're seeing here happen to everybody at the same age. That's why I call it like a neurogenetic script. It's like a script that at 18 years old, at 27, at all these scripted ages, something is going to happen that we all experience at that same age. So what we're going to do when we get a cold reading for somebody, we are going to point out where exactly they are in this evolutionary calendar. We're going to talk about what they've gone through. We're going to ask them where they've, their experience of it. But in order to do that, we kind of have to build up a workshop of talking about the basic chart, the basic intentions of the chart. We did a little bit of it last week, last month. I'm going to try to keep it going today. Hello, Hani. Hello, Niz Skywalker. Vinayak Narayana. Quite a bit shifts. Okay, so Vinayak Narayana is saying there are so many people using sidereal Vedic astrology, but quite a bit shifts when we take tropical Vedic astrology. How do people align and have it make sense? Sidereal people will often focus on, if you ask people from either camp, they're going to say one thing or the other. Sidereal people, in my opinion, put less on the zodiac, and they put more on the nakshatras. The nakshatras are something that sidereal and tropical Vedic astrologers use, and they're pretty much the same. I'm Jesta moon. Whether that's in tropical astrology, my moon is at 18 degrees Sagittarius, that's Jesta nakshatra. In sidereal astrology, my moon is at what would that be? Something like 24 or 23 degrees Scorpio, something like that. And that is also in sidereal astrology, that's considered Jesta nakshatra as well. So you can tell a lot about a person by their nakshatra in the sidereal system. They really focus on that because, in my opinion, that's what they got. The Rashis are not going to be as aligned. But again, that's coming from a tropical Vedic astrologer. So it goes to show that astrology is a lot of taking the data, whether it's sidereal or tropical, you're reading the data and trying to see how it reflects on the person. I could do astrology for you, sitting in front of you and asking you about your life and just getting a vague sense of your generation, and I could probably still do a lot of work just with my intuition. If I assume that you've got this planet here or this planet here, and I talk with you about it, I'm going to make my intuition work. Now, of course, astrology is a science. It's just that lots of people are really clever at the psychic reading aspect of astrology. That's why both tropical astrologers and sidereal astrologers can do good work. Tropical is just the better one, that's all. Stuff that under your hat. Do you use his same Ayanamsha, or do you? So CB's asking if I am. CB says they first found out about Tropical Vedic from Ernst Wilhelm and found it fascinating. Do I use his same Ayanamsha or do I use Lahiri? I use Ernst Wilhelm's Dhruva ecliptic, equatorial based nakshatra. So let me just I'm just going to set up my software a little bit here and just kind of poke around at that. First of all, chart screen, round wheel, options, calculation, Ayanamsha. Dhruva, galactic center, middle of Mula, is Ernst's kind of standard. And he uses Dhruva equatorial longitude for the nakshatra position, not the ecliptic. So that is what I am using when I use my Ayanamsha from Ernst Wilhelm, which is a little bit different from Lahiri Ayanamsha. There's a whole lot there to discuss and work through. I want to do a video with Ernst eventually talking about it, but lots of things in between now and then. Now it's nice to see Oma Zubair here is enjoying my work. Hani, it's nice to see you. Toxica, nice to see you as well. So folks, I don't always, I was thinking when I first got on here, my friend Oma Zubair is hanging out with me here. And I noticed, I think that there was someone yesterday who also might have put their birth data on. But when I turned on this morning, I noticed Oma Zubair was the first person to put their name in for a reading. Oblivion to Awakening was just close. But my friend Oma Zubair, I think I've seen your name hanging out with us for a long time. So I think you're due, Oma. Oma, my friend, if you are here, we're going to start off with you for our cold reading today. After that, I'm going to try to keep it random. Sometimes when I first come on, I'll usually start off with whatever I feel. But after this, we're going to choose at random, folks. So if you hang out after about an hour of this first session, depending on how long it goes for, we will have the chance for you to be chosen to have this free cold reading as an exercise for our astrology today. Now, I'm running my mouth here. Oma Zubair, you did put in your birth time, so you've seen me do my thing, so I feel pretty confident that you're going to know what this is about. For everybody watching, welcome. This is our cold readings series. If you haven't seen our cold readings before, it's important for you to know that a cold reading is when you have somebody read your chart in the moment, bang, just in the moment. Sometimes you can go to psychic fairs, or you can see someone doing it at a cafe, and you'll see they've got their computer out and they say, I'm doing astrology. And you come up to them and you say, hey, what's going on? And they say, well, I'll read your chart for about an hour and a half. You pay me like $60 or something like that. And they read your chart right in the moment. Usually when I do astrology, I take much longer to do a full reading, which means there's a lot that I could be missing out by doing my chart with you just simply on the spot, on the cuff like this. Because there's so much to astrology. And usually when here we go. Usually when I do astrology for someone and legitimately do it for them by getting paid, etc., I'm going to go a lot deeper. So not only that, but if I'm doing a private session with you, I can go much deeper. In this public forum, it's not necessarily in good taste to take someone's skeletons out of the closet and show them for all to see, which is not our intention. Now, I'm a Leo rising, and my Sun and Mars and Pluto are conjunct in Scorpio. So I do go deep. I am here as my friend, I can't think of her name, gosh. She's a good astrologer from the States. She's a Jewish lady. I can't think of her name, and that's kind of sad, but I heard from a inspired astrologer a long time ago that when you are doing astrology for someone, some people, if you're paying me, $200 for a session and you just want to hear things you could have learned on Google, some people would say yes to that, but even then, I ain't about that. I want to practice my craft. So I'm going deep here. I am not here to give you a massage. We're here to engage in the practice of evolutionary development through astrology. So I do go deep, but not deep enough that, basically I want to pay attention to make sure that I'm not speaking to anything in your chart here in a public forum that would embarrass you or not have anything that you would want to have expressed. Alexander Person is asking, if you buy a full reading, do I record it? And the answer is yes. We record it, and then I send it to you so that you have it forever. It's usually a 2.5 hour session of all the things that I can dig into in your chart. And then you have it forever. That's usually how I like to do it. So if anybody is interested in doing a full reading with me, you can catch me anytime at my email, astrology@dustincormier.net. If anybody was to be interested, feel free to get at me there, and we will book a time. So, now my friend Oma Zubair, I have been, I wonder if you're, I spelled my thing wrong there. Astrology@dustincormier.net. Yeah, there we go. Cormiu. Anyway, I digress. Now, Oma Zubair, my friend, I'm looking to see your name, and I haven't seen it pop up at all. I wonder if you're still here with us. Worst case scene, you've been hanging out with me for a long time, Oma, so if you see this and I don't get to you right now because you seem to have, let me know. Give me a little message and say hello if you're still there. If you're not here, I'll get to you at some point because you've been hanging out and watching my channel for a while. You're often here. You're often one of the first people to speak. It looks like we might have lost them, which is okay. I'll get to you now that I've spoken it into the universe. I'm just going to leave this for one tiny little extra second. But if Oma does not come through, then we are going to have to choose another victim. Yeah, okay. It looks like we might have to choose another victim here, folks. Well, everybody, Oma, my friend, if you can hear this, if you can see this, I've got it in my mind to do a reading for you. But at this present moment, it looks like Oma is not necessarily here with us. So let's make another choose here, folks. So if you're watching, if you're hanging out with us live, do us a favor and yeah, throw me your birth time, folks. Hello there, Dan. Throw me your birth time and we shall choose, as we usually do, from the pile in this immediate moment. Just dump it all in there, and I'm just going to find some way to pick these straws. Remember to put your birth time, your birth date, and your place of birth, if you can help it. Oh, I got a year of the boar in here. That's nice. Try to put it all in one squeeze if you can. So what I'm probably going to do, we got lots of folks here. Let's see. Sometimes I just kind of pick at random. I've been seeing Vinayak Narayana here quite a bit. Not just in this immediate chat, but I think you've been hanging out and watching me for a long time as well. Yeah, one of these, yeah, good call, Hanny. At some point I'm going to have to roll a dice and pick a number or something like that. But you know, my instinct is that, again, my friend Vinayak, you're the one that's, you know, sometimes I'm just going by intuition and picking. Next time, we're probably just gonna, sometimes I'll say, all right, I'm gonna pick number 5, and then I'll go down the list and pick the 5th person in. For now, we're gonna roll with Vinayak. Your name's got Narayana in it, which is pretty sweet. You've been chosen for your name. Narayana's blessings are smiling upon you, my friend. Om Namo Narayana Namaha. All right, I see Narayana and I click. So, my friend, you have been chosen. I'm glad to see that you're here and hanging out. Now, for everybody watching, I'm going to put in my PayPal here. Of course, this my PayPal there is something you can do for donations. Donations are always appreciated but never expected, because you guys are helping me by volunteering your birth chart on here. And by discussing, hanging out with me, I get the views, I get the likes, YouTube loves me. So, you know, I'm getting my thing out of this. I'm practicing astrology. I'm having a blast. But this donation link, this PayPal link, is there if anybody should feel like making a donation. So, for those watching, congratulations, Vinayak. You have been chosen. So, let's get this party started here, folks. The time has come. New birth chart, Vinayak. So what I see... Hey there, Dan Kolosowski. Oh, Dan. Got it. Dan Kolosowski. Nice to see you, pal. A local friend hanging out with me online here. Now, Vinayak is the 17th of August, 1989. 17th of August, 1989. Oh, I got these mixed up. August 17th. Yeah. And then the time is 1:52 a.m. Nice to see an exact birth time like that. Now, Vinayak, my friend, I'm not sure if you're male or female, or if you have any desire to, you know, if you have a gender that you prefer to be oriented towards, let me know. It does help me in terms of how to orient myself with regards to romance and with regards to inspirations in general. So if you could let me know your gender identity that feels most natural to you, that's male, okay? And these days I get all sorts of people on my channel. I'm bisexual myself, monogamous, some people are poly. If you have a sexual orientation or preference, let me know what feels most natural to you. That way, if you're unsure, you can let me know that as well. But if you can give me any clarity on your sexual orientation, again, it'll help me speak to what you want to speak to in terms of going forward with love mates and partners, etc. But it's not necessary. You know, just knowing that you identify as male is good enough. Male, straight. Wonderful. Thank you, Vinayak. X-Ray Vision asked if I'm only doing one cold reading today. I'm going to say no. We're going to try to do at least 2, hopefully more. So, what else we got here? Vinayak, Plainfield, New Jersey, USA. Country. Plainfield, New Jersey. Oops. Plainfield, New Jersey, USA. Let me check that I got this all right. Okay. August 17th, 1989 at 1:52 a.m. USA, Plainfield, New Jersey. Okay. Yeah, you're right on a cusp there, my friend. Hello, mi amor. Nice to see you, my friend. Now, you are oh so very much on a ascendant cusp here. You're 1989, so you got that beautiful Jupiter. If this is true, this is quite a powerful Jupiter that you're packing here. Wow. So let's make sure that this looks good. Vinayak, obviously you've been studying astrology. You've been moving through this for a while. Do you identify as being Cancer rising? Sometimes my software can get a little funky junky. So Vinayak, let me know if you're very close to my brother in age. Let me know if this being a Cancer rising at about 56 degrees, 56 minutes of arc of Cancer rising. Let me know if that feels good to you, if that's what you're used to working with. I think you said you're a Cancer rising? Maybe not. But you're either a Cancer rising or you are a Gemini rising. So let me know, Vinayak, as soon as you can, if you can tell us whether Cancer rising or Gemini feels best. Recently started working with Cancer rising. Were you under the impression that you were a Gemini? So I guess maybe you were feeling like you were a Gemini before, and now you're working more with Cancer rising. I used to think I was Gemini. Sidereal. Got it. Okay. So yeah, you're definitely right on a cusp. And unfortunately, you're so close to a cusp. Oftentimes when I get a chart like this, it's a bitch and it's tricky. Because, you know, what I would often recommend to somebody who has a chart right on the cusp like this, see if you can find someone who does Tropical Vedic Astrology, who would do a birth rectification. Birth rectification is a bitch of, it's a shitty job. The astrologer has to ask you for a whole bunch of important dates in your life. You know, like when last time you moved, last girlfriend you had, the dates where you had initiated or ended relationships. You got a new car, you got a new house, you got a new job. They take all of these different things, put them on a timeline, and then they seek out transits or things that would have happened or dasha changes that happened around that time, and they fit it to a birth rectified time. So birth rectification can be useful for someone. So when it comes to figuring out an exact birth time like this, as you say, you're a bit confused by the two. You know, thankfully we're doing a free cold reading here, so I don't feel bad about this. There are times when I get something that's this close, because the problem is that, you know, the doctor wrote 152 on your birth time, but when it, you know, the astrological birth time is something that can be, how do you describe it? When it gets down to the exact point in time, things can get sketchy because, you know, daylight savings time, for example, is not going to be exact. You know, the actual astrological birth time might have happened somewhere 4 minutes behind, but it was only recorded as 152. And, you know, something like that, even 4 minutes behind, would put you at 1 degree of Cancer. So it's a really tight fucking time frame. So Vinayak, we're still going to do your chart here. Don't worry. Now for a long time, you were identifying with Gemini, but as you've evolved from that from the last few years. So, you know, you might have an experience of Gemini. I mean, you've got the nodes on an air and fire axis, so that's going to bring a bit of that airy consciousness. Mars is scattered in the sign of Virgo and being with a pretty happy looking exalted Mercury, which means that Mercury is damaging that Mars. Oh, you got the same Venus that I do. Oh, cool. All right. I'm glad that we're doing this. Awesome. But yeah, let me just say before we start that for a chart like this, I'm just going to say it this way. We don't know the exact birth time or whether you're a Cancer or a Gemini rising. I recommend to you that it might serve you well to get different readings. You know, go to someone who says you're a Gemini rising. Then right now you're going to get from me that you're a Cancer rising. We're just going to flow with it. We're going to go hard on you being Cancer rising. We're going to feel it out. Worst case scene, if this kind of falls apart and if it doesn't really feel like it's the right place to you, then you might end up feeling like you're Gemini rising. Of course, the planets are still in the exact same place. The nodes are in the same place. I'm gonna make it feel as accurate as possible. But in this reading, you'll feel whether you're Cancer rising, and it might serve you well to see if someone else could do a reading that was Gemini rising and see if it changes, see if it feels more accurate, etc. It's never a waste of time. If you were spending $200 on a reading, I'd feel a little bit more, reticent. I'd probably get you to do a birth rectification first. Think about that in general. If you get a birth rectification, depending on who does it, it might make you feel a little bit more confident about your birth time. So let's dig in, folks. This is our first chart reading of the day. Only a half an hour of introduction, but I digress. Let's start digging in. So if you are Cancer rising like this, you've got a beautiful Jupiter right there, right on your ascendant, and it's exalted. And Jupiter loves to be close to the first house. So that's looking like a pretty tasty Jupiter right there. Jupiter is, well, believe it or not, it is second in Shadbala. It's kind of getting smacked around by some malefic energy in Drigbala. So is the Sun. Wow, Saturn's got some incredible Drigbala action happening there. A lot of planets have some pretty darn strong Shadbala energy, except for Mars and the Sun. Mars and the Sun are both kind of down here, even though the Sun is in Leo. Very interesting. The Sun, for whatever reason, is having a hard go. It's not great in Chesta, really low in Kala, really low in Dig, and really low in Stanabala and Thrig. So my instinct, usually when I'm doing Shadbala, let's see. So you'd want to look at the Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter. Now Mercury and Jupiter are really looking pretty happy. The Sun and Mercury are both weak in Dig, but Jupiter makes up for it. So with Shadbala, there are three groupings. There's Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter. There's the Moon and Venus together. And then there's Mars and Saturn together. These planets all work in these little groups in Shadbala. Shadbala is the overall total strength of a planet. Now, Venus, the Moon's not great in Digbala, and Venus is kind of, so the Moon and Venus are kind of weak in Dig. The Sun is the only planet that's having difficulty in Stanabala. So the Sun has a weak Shadbala, and so does Mars. It's an internal lack of doing what the Sun and Mars are expected to do in a chart. Now, thankfully for Mars, Saturn is looking pretty happy, and thankfully for the Sun, Mercury and Jupiter are looking pretty happy. So there's no lack of inspiration in this person. I could look at all Shadbala, but that's not always. The Sun is also weak. Stana. The highest sthana bala planet is Mercury, which is nice because that's going to kind of fill in for the sun. Mercury, Jupiter, and the sun all have to do with inspiration in Shad Bala. Mercury is the highest sthana bala. It's probably because it's exalted here in its own sign of Virgo. It's moving towards the first. It's kind of close to the first house cusp. Not close enough, though, to be considered high in Dig Bala. So there's always lots to kind of talk about there. I've gotten everything from Laura's rising, which doesn't make sense, but a few Cancer rising, but mostly Gemini readings. Cool. So good, Vinayak. You've already been exploring different people to get your readings from. I recommend that when you've got this sketchy sort of birth time. It's confusing because you could be Gemini or you could be Cancer. And all is just going to come down to spending time exploring it. Now, Venus is the one planet that's not great in Vimshopak. You know, Vimshopak, Shad Bala, these are all overarching pictures of a planet's strength. It's interesting that Venus isn't that great in Vimshopak. Vimshopak, by the way, is when you look at all of the positions of a planet in all the Shodasha Vargas, the 16 main Vargas. You look at that planet's dignity in there, and it adds up to a total picture. Now, Venus's Vimshopak isn't great. But Venus has the highest Shad Bala. So it's a little bit of a confusing read there, but that's okay. We see that Venus here is debilitated, but it is very much delighted by its friend Mercury. Saturn is also giving Venus its pretty much its a 10th house aspect. Right, so Saturn is delighting Venus and Mercury, because Saturn has its own aspect, a Graha aspect, and Saturn is a friend of Venus. Mercury is a friend of Venus, so this Venus is delighted by its two possible friends. Now Venus is, Venus is getting a strong trine from the moon, and that's hitting Venus at about 384 points. But overall, Venus is high Shad Bala, it's highly delighted, and it is what is called Vargatama. So this is something I always am excited to talk about. The Atmakaraka is a very important planet to all of us in Vedic astrology. So the Atmakaraka, hello there Silber, hello Siskisk, and X-Ray Vision, nice to see you as well. Now, when it comes to the Atmakaraka is a planet that it's kind of the ruler. It's the ruler of the chart, you know, even more so than the rising sign. It's the ruler of the soul in a strong way. So Venus is the planet with the highest degrees in the chart, not including the shadow grahas or the outer planets. Venus has the highest degrees in this chart at 29 degrees. Now, there's the Atmakaraka that's important, and I also consider the Swamsha to be important. And usually, you know, you almost want to look, where does your Atmakaraka fall in the birth chart, and how does that point relate to where it falls in the Navamsha? This is classic Vedic astrology stuff, folks. If you're not following, just, you know, bear with me, but this is, you know, you should look for this in your own chart, and you'll find some deep secrets about your personality, your character, and your soul. You take your Atmakaraka, which is the planet with the highest degrees, and you look for it in what's called the Navamsha chart. And that's when you split the 30 degrees of a birth chart into 9 pieces, 3 minutes, 20 degrees each. So Venus, when it's at the end of an earth sign, is always going to fall into Virgo. Now, to just give this short thrift here, folks, Venus is in Virgo in the birth chart, and it's in Virgo in the Navamsha chart. When a planet is in the same sign in the birth chart as it is in the Navamsha chart, we have what's called Vargatama. So the birth chart is kind of like the seed, and the Navamsha chart is the fruit that can be expected to unfold from the seed. Especially when you're around 36, the Navamsha is said to open up along with a lot of things that open up at 36. We're going to talk about it in our evolutionary calendar, because that'll be your next big transit. You're going to be coming up to the age of 36 pretty soon. You're born 1989, so let's see. I'm turning 33, so you just turned 35 years old. So this is an important year for you, Vinayak. I'm glad that we're doing this reading for you. It's a pertinent time. 35 years old is the beginning of the age of 36, where a lot of things are going to unfold for you. So it's pertinent for us. Perfect chart to be chosen. God bless intuition. It's a perfect chart to read for our evolutionary calendar. So you're turning 35 this month, right? Oh yeah, duh, it's August. So you're 34 turning 35. Yeah, oh my gosh, on the 17th, in pretty much a week. Happy birthday, Vinayak. Consider this a little birthday present for you. Everything happens for a reason. I didn't even think about that. I'm looking at it, it's just like, okay, August. Sweet. It's a birthday gift. I'm pretty happy about that. So, you have Venus Atmakaraka at the end degrees of Virgo. This makes your Venus in the sign of Virgo in the Navamsha chart, the Navamsha of Virgo. And when the birth chart and the Navamsha chart are in the planets in the same sign, we call it Vargatama. And it's like the seed is aligned with the fruit. So even though you got the same thing going as me, I have the same Venus in the exact same place. And what this kind of tells us is that this Venus is Vargatama, and it's powerful. Even though it's debilitated, you still probably have some very profound Venus wisdom and energy. You're probably into psychology. Your Venus is also highly delighted, just like mine. So if I'm reading this correctly, you probably have the experience of being Venus debilitated. But you are someone who has a very strong sense of the nature of what love is all about. If you're anything like me. Venus is debilitated in Virgo, but it's delighted by its friend Mercury. Remember, when a planet falls into a sign, it's going to have the Lajitati Avashta related to that sign. Hey, Drawing Momentum, nice to see you. So your Venus is delighted by Saturn and by Mercury. It's strong in Shadbala, and it's your highest Shadbala planet, actually. So this is a lot of good things for the Atmakaraka. A basic part of your consciousness is your capacity to love. Now, it's interesting for you, your story is going to unfold differently from me, because I've got this Venus, Vargatama, Atmakaraka, but I've got the North and South node falling in Earth and water signs, which means that I've still got to, romance is something, and deep love is something that I'm always going to have difficult karma with. Now for you, it's interesting that you are Venus Atmakaraka, Vargatama in Virgo, which is this very strong wisdom Venus energy with regard to love. Even though it's debilitated, you'll still have to deal with the nature of Venus debilitated, which we know can be a little bit awkward. Vic Dakara recently did a cool Venus and Virgo video. He talks about how Venus and Virgo can fall in love with anything. They see a tiny little pebble on the ground and they look at it, they feel it. as I say, as Venus Atmakaraka Vargatama in Virgo, I love all textures, even strange ones. Textures and senses. So a tiny little pebble could just be as cheap calcite. You can get it, from anywhere on the beach, and it's just beautiful. You see it, the texture. Look at this tiny little piece of earth. It's beautiful. Then someone drops a stone in your other hand. It's like, yeah, this is beautiful too. Nice, and it's got a nice texture. It's smooth. Maybe I'll keep. They're about the same to me. That's the point. Venus in Virgo can fall in love with something if its soul feels some kind of resonance with that thing, even though the thing could be common as a stone, right? So that's part of the funny thing about Venus in Virgo, is that it's got its own wisdom there. There's a beauty in the sense of the freedom to fall in love with something that matches your soul aesthetic. Doesn't need to be perfect or amazing. But what Venus in Virgo often does is it neglects to be discerning about its love. This is just part of the nature of Venus in Virgo. So, for better or worse, there's a capacity to love for very personal reasons that are not objective. You could be, Venus in Virgo often falls in love with people who they can help. They can serve this person. This person has some kind of crippling physical condition, a chronic condition, or an emotional difficulty where the person has a hard time working out speaking their emotions. And Venus in Virgo will gently encourage the person to speak. And because the person needs that Venus in Virgo so much, the person attaches to the Venus in Virgo. And now Venus in Virgo has spent more time with the common stone because they need their help than they have with a possible diamond, an even better partner. But the one that they spend the time with is the one that they make bonds with and fall in love with. So Venus in Virgo, because they are, Venus ideally, Venus's Mula Tricona is Libra. And ideally, Venus makes a fair deal for its energy. That's Venus kind of at its best. It is willing to love deeply and truly. Venus is exalted in Pisces. So Venus really opens its heart to what is truly, ideally, best for the love of the Venus. That's like Venus in Pisces. Pisces is expansive, it's this mutable water sign. It's improving. The mutable signs improve on things. Pisces is always improving through its experience on the nature of the love that it's seeking. And Venus in Pisces will open freely. It opens itself to the ocean of love all around it, but eventually it gets a sense of the taste of its own particular soul aesthetic. Venus in Virgo is not paying attention so much to building on this soul aesthetic. So, in this case, with Venus in Virgo, you'll often have people come to you for, instead of getting a fair deal because you feel like you deserve some kind of good, the best love that you can get. Venus in Virgo is very modest, almost just feels like, I don't even know how worthy I am of love. And then people will connect with them because they have value, they have Venus, everybody's got value and good things to share. And the Venus in Virgo will kind of give it that love to anybody. They're a nurse. They're a servant of the universe through this love that they have. And they almost can see anything as being worthy of love. So they'll spend their time and bond with something and develop that connection. And that becomes the thing that they love. So I'm very similar. There can be a pickiness. It's different for me because I've got the nodes on a water-earth axis. So I've got different karma to deal with there. For you, you might just be able to find a love that reflects your soul aesthetic and who you are. And it's good enough. And whatever that is, even though you've got Venus debilitated, it is delighted. It's got high Shadbala, but it's still debilitated. It's a bit of a mixed bag, this particular Venus. But ultimately, I think it has what it needs to give you what you need on the way to doing what your chart seeks to do. Now, what exactly is that? Well, let's start talking about it. We know that you have the nodes in fire and air axis. Now, before I go on, let's just see what Vinayak says here. I was a hard seeker of love, looking externally. It seemed to be a mission. But the last few years, it's been internal, emotional maturity, etc. Worth and love were revolving questions for sure. Yeah, thanks. Best of luck for sure. Thanks for that, Silber. When it comes to love, we could ask what you mean by discernment. LOL. So you were looking externally for love for, yeah, you know, the Virgo thing is looking for the ideal ways, the ideal partner. You know, Venus and Virgo often will look for external reasons for what is the ideal partner, and then they want to feel it out. And it's through feeling it out they see, oh, well, there's this good qualities of this person and there's this bad qualities in this person. But it often gets very muddled and confused for Venus because they're being very feeling oriented towards Virgo's data collecting. So as time goes on, you're probably going to want to seek an internal reasons to connect with somebody. And that is a good thing, but it's also good to be discerning. It's good to be objective. It's a tricky thing, you know. I'm almost too close to it. That's why I want to keep moving along here, because my Venus is too similar to yours. I've still got to go through the lessons related to it, you know. But I digress. Now, the next thing I want to check out here. So we've got the sun, the moon, moon, the rising sign Lord, which is the moon, are all what we call male signs. When a planet falls in a fire or air sign, it's in a male sign. When a planet falls in earth or water, it's a female sign. Most of the planets in this chart are in female signs. In fact, it's only the sun and moon that are falling in female signs, but the moon is the rising sign, Lord. Now the sun is at the bottom of the chart, and it's even progressed pretty far in the bottom of the chart. So the sun, we would call this a night birth, obviously, 1:52 in the morning. So this is definitely a night birth. The rising sign is female, being in a water sign. And the Atmakaraka, Venus, is also in a feminine sign. So we've got half of the indications of a male chart and half the indications of a female chart, which can be a good thing. Often that means there's a balance. So, you know, just so everybody knows, there's these 6 markers for the gender orientation of the soul in the chart. Obviously, a man, it's usually better when a man has more significations for the male energy in a chart, because then their gender is oriented with the nature of the soul. When we have a man or a woman who has a mix, there's 3 that are female in earth and water signs, and then 3 that are male in fire and air signs, then there's a bit more of a balance to the personality. That could be as good as well, you know, because then you have a balance of the internalized feminine experience and the externalized outgoing energy. Now, so therefore we have sun, moon, and Lagna Lord falling into basically fire and air signs. The Lagna Lord being the moon, that's quite a bit of that airy, fiery energy. And of course, this is a man's chart. And furthermore, we have the nodes. Whoa, holy Lord. Okay. I am only just now digesting what I'm seeing in this chart. This is a Cancer rising who has a lunar eclipse. Wow, and is this ever an intense lunar eclipse that you are born at, sir? I should have been looking at that really at first. So this is a chart that would be well served by learning about lunar eclipses, especially if you are a Cancer rising, as we are thinking that you are. Thanks, Lilac. Nice to see you. So, holy good Lord, we have ourselves very much a a lunar eclipse for Vinayak here. Now, this can be difficult. This is a signature for intensity. And Pluto, of course, being in the midst of Scorpio, is going to have a little bit of intensity as well. Pluto is, in fact, wow. As, you know, sometimes when I look at a chart, I just say, here's this. It all kind of unfolds as we go along. Pluto is square to the nodal axis, Pluto being in the intense sign of Scorpio. Very interesting. So whenever things are square by transit to the nodes, it's also going to be interacting with Pluto. It's sort of a very interesting reading going on there. The whole life experience has Pluto is this deep socket of self-realization, is, again, it's square as well. You know, Pluto also has its pole point, and that'd be Taurus. Pluto and Taurus, its pole point, are square to Aquarius and Leo, where these nodes are, and where this eclipse is happening. And, of course, the rising sign is involved with this eclipse. Now, the good news is that the moon is full, and the moon likes to be full. Now, let's... someone's asking why the chat is blank. I'm not sure what that's at. I wonder if you mean on my... I used to have the chat on the bottom. I could probably still do that. I should do that. Whatever. I'll do that at some point. I used to do it on my other computer where you could see in the bottom left here. You can see the chat. But hopefully you guys can still see your side of the chat. Now, something I wanted to say here before we go any further is that we have the sun and moon in a lunar eclipse. So when somebody is having a lunar eclipse, first of all, the sun and the moon do not do well being close to Rahu and Ketu. Neither of them do. Usually it's an indication that there's some aspect of the, you know, we like it when our sun and moon are far away from the nodes, because the nodes are this eternal evolutionary arc that shows difficulty with whatever it's related to. You know, I'm going to further say, by the way, you know, my mind's getting blown here, because the sun is in its own sign of Leo. So, you know, if the Ketu is in Leo and the North Node is in Aquarius, then as time goes on in the life, the person has to deal with Ketu in Leo and the things related to Leo, self-expression, the building of one's kingdom, and the sun, the things related to the sun, just by having Ketu in Leo. And they would manifest this through Rahu in Aquarius. Now, usually if the sun and moon are doing their own thing somewhere else in the chart, the Ketu in Leo is still going to have to deal with the sun and come into the sun. Worth mentioning here, folks, that there is something, you know, there is something tricky happening here. And it's that the sun, as we've noted, is one of the weaker planets in Shadbala. Almost everything except for Ayanabala. Chestabala is okay here. So Chestabala and Ayanabala are okay, but the Drigbala is taking a hit. The Kalabala is taking a huge hit, although Kalabala is debated in a lot of how it's done these days. Digbala is taking a huge hit by being so low in the chart and close to the 4th house cusp instead of the 10th house where the sun likes to be. And Stanabala is weak, which is like the Vargas, its strength in the Vargas, even though it's in its own sign of Leo. It's at a particular degree of Leo that only does so much for it. It's interesting that it's got strong Vimshopak though, which is good. But the sun overall has weak Shadbala, which means that the Ketu in Leo has to, at some point, master the long-standing childhood energy, the soul, past life energy of Ketu in Leo. Ketu in Leo is the king of its own world, and it wants to be the master of its own territory. It wants to build a kingdom that reflects the nature of the sun person, so that the sun, with its creative energy pouring out of itself, can dominate and can be very strong in terms of what it wants to do, what its purpose is in life. This is going to be an interesting thing for you when you come into the age of the sun period. So this is our evolutionary calendar. Right now, our friend here is just about to embark into age 36. With all this stuff going on at the age of 36, the nodal return, Saturn matures, the 3rd Jupiter return, the Navamsha is coming online. That's something I didn't really put in the evolutionary calendar. In the sun period, the sun being with Ketu in the sign of Leo, that sun period is going to be a very important time for dealing with a lot of karma. That's going to be a period where you are pushed to, you've gone through a lot of the smaller dimensions of life. Jupiter period is actually going to be a lot juicier for you, which you're already in. The Jupiter period begins at 32 years old. So you've been in your Jupiter period and enjoying this Jupiter in the 1st house. Now remember that you've got Jupiter in the 1st house, and your Jupiter period is coasting in the way that it is. Now, I don't know if you have been interested in connecting with anybody marriage-wise, romance-wise. We know you've got that very mixed bag, Venus, that's ultimately got the capacity to gain a partner. Although if you're anything like me, you might be picky to the point that it's still hard to naturally bring in a partner that fits what you think you want it to fit. But Venus is delighted. It's capable of getting some kind of love. We have 3 planets, the rising sign. The chart is a feminine chart by being born with the sun underneath the horizon. It's born at night. And the Atmakark of Venus is in a feminine sign. So there is a capacity here to deal with romance. Although the moon would be the big difficulty in terms of romance here. The moon is getting really malefically dangled with by Rahu here, by being in this lunar eclipse. There's an intense lunar energy here, happening really technically in your 8th house. So there's a lot to unpack there. But for now, let's talk about the sun. We know that you're at 50 years old, the sun period is going to happen, and you're going to be dealing with, at 50 years old, the kids are, gone to college, they're all old enough now, they're kind of gone out on their own if you decide to have kids at any point. And we've done a lot of the karmas through Jupiter period. Jupiter is from 32 years old to 50 years old. Then at 50 years old, we've taken care of a lot of the things. 50 is almost considered the real midlife point. You've gone through the Rahu and Ketu maturations, dealt with a lot of karma. Now at 50 years old, that's when the sun period is like, okay, now the flower has bloomed. Now what is it? What's it for? What's the whole reason? And what's the deepest purpose of your soul that is coming from the nature of your sun? It's coming from just your inherent nature of who you truly are. Now we have here a sun which has a little bit of weakness in Shadbala, at least according to you being a Cancer rising. I almost want to check something out here. Just for shits and giggles, we're going to go change birth time. Let's go back 10 minutes where you are a Gemini. Let's look at your Shadbala. Yeah, you're still at 76% of the sun's strength, even if you are a Gemini rising. Just wanted to check that. So this sun has only 75% of its internal, you know, the Shadbala of all the planets is them like stewing and cooking by their own devices. It's like they're awake. I actually, by the way, have the sun at the same point, about 75% Shadbala. And I find that sometimes I'm meditating and I realize that life is kind of passing me by at a certain level, you know? I was just checking your Vimshotri there. My dog's barking up a storm up there. My dad is home, so sometimes she'll just do that. So, okay. So Vinayak has given us some info. I'm going to finish my point here. At the time that you are 50 years old, you are going to be really, you will have just dealt with your Ketu karma. Throughout your 40s, the Rahu and Ketu mature. At 48, Ketu matures in particular. And you will have been dealing with karma relating to the limitations imposed upon you by this Ketu. With Ketu on the sun in Leo like this, it's likely that there's a desire to be perfect with regards to what you can create, what you can do with your strength and talent and energy. And it would be, there's a limit for all of us on what we can realistically do and achieve. This is natural. You know, what happens to people is they get to be 50 years old, and if there's no complications with their sun, then they just say, okay, this is how much I can do, and that's that. You know, but when Ketu is in Leo, there's the desires no matter what. It's like, that's almost the level by which the soul measures its success. You know, Ketu is the level by which the soul measures its own success. And you could have a bunch of great things going on. You could be greatly successful. And people could be looking you in the eyes and saying, do you know what you've done for the world? Do you know how much you've done? And the person with Ketu and Leo says, yeah, I know. But there's more I gotta do. I could have done more. Even if you've done a lot of great things. So it's important to think, oh, how sweet. Someone gave me a donation, and that's S. Smith. If you're watching, thank you. I appreciate it. So the Ketu and Leo person is always going to be feeling this dragging sense of defeat. Like there's more that I could have done. If I had listened to my own nature and dedicated myself in a structured way to something that takes best advantage of my nature and energy, by the time you got to 50, you would have had it, this purpose, this thing built there. Because by the time you're 50, your physical energy declines, and now you're really depending on the groove you've carved for yourself as a singular, cultivated skill, talent, purpose in life. So it's likely with Ketu there that you feel like you've got that perfected. You feel like you've got a kingdom that works. But as you get into your 40s, you're going to be battling with the fact that your sun energy is something, you know, your destiny, creating and carving into your destiny, especially with the sun there in Leo. There is a desire to be regarded and respected for the work that you do and for what you do, for finding your own little carved niche in reality. So this is a whole life thing. And at the age of 36, already, you're going to start to see Rahu and Ketu are both coming online. Up to the age of 36, we are mostly operating on Ketu without Rahu coming and weaving its narrative. Rahu's always there, but it's at 36 where Rahu, I should say this, before the age of 36, Rahu is something that we feel because we're so Ketu. It's like I'm missing something and I know it, but I'm just operating on what I'm used to operating on. And, this is Ketu with the sun in the sign of Leo. I'm just used to operating through Leo. I am used to being my own personal one king. I have, I don't necessarily need to fit into a group. The group is going to come to me, And so what happens with Leo is that they are stuck in a infinite, abysmal loop of personal creative energy that doesn't fit anything. They want it to fit something. They want to be congratulated and well regarded for their... God, my dog is driving me fucking crazy. My dad is probably outside talking to somebody and she's barking to make that person go away. Hopefully that gets figured out. It's driving me nuts. I might have to go and just be like, what the fuck's going on out there? But I'm going to concentrate and stick to what I'm talking about here. The sun, Ketu being in Leo, at 36, yeah, that's where we're at, okay? Up to 36, you're operating through Ketu, but Rahu hasn't reached its hand into Ketu, because we've always got Ketu. You're always going to be acting through that Ketu in Leo. But it's almost like it's impure. At 36, Rahu turns on, and the opposite point of your Ketu, which is Rahu, turns on, and the Aquarian thing of taking your infinite, abysmal creative energy and putting it in a place with groups where it can be regarded and respected. In order to do that, you have to get a little bit out of your comfort zone and join the world with regards to Aquarius, with regards to these groups, being understood and seen in the context of other people, being regarded for your energy. So at 36, the Aquarius is going to start turning on really in your chart. You're going to start to see your Ketu in context, so that in your 40s, you're already taking on some kind of Aquarian Rahu energy at 36. It's just starting to manifest. And in your 40s, it's probably going to develop into that midlife crisis energy where I really need to explore this Aquarian Rahu for all it's worth. That's you leaving the fortress and going out into the world where there's gold over them hills, seeing what you have not been, trying to integrate Rahu and Aquarius. And everybody goes too hard on Rahu because it's so unknown and it's such an energized point. And that'll include the moon there. Your moon is really going to start coming in at that point. It's likely that being in this lunar eclipse, you've probably just been coasting on the sun and not fully using your moon to its fullest point, which is interesting because you're Cancer rising. After 36, there's probably going to be an energy that forces you to open up to the moon with Rahu there. And you're going to find that it's a difficult thing. The energy that you create your kingdom with is going to be somewhat at odds with the intensity of connection that you look to make with the moon, with Rahu. The sun with Ketu has an absolute desire to manifest its creation. And it has a strong sense of, this is the main thing that I need to do in my life, and it gets locked into it. Rahu with the moon has an intense energy in terms of connecting with people, bonding with people. There's a soul love capacity that happens here. The moon with Rahu, wherever it is, Rahu amplifies whatever it's with. In this case, Rahu is amplifying the first lord along with Jupiter. So really at 36, Rahu's starting to come on, which is turning on all the things in Rahu associated with Rahu, including that moon, which means it's probably turning on Cancer and Jupiter here, which is interesting to think about. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's driving me nuts. So the eclipse, the lunar eclipse happening here overall it's typically too intense for anyone's own good. It's very likely that, your partner is opposite to you. That's the moon being in the 7th from the sun. That's actually a good thing. It's always nice to have this full moon aspect. With Rahu and Ketu being involved with it, the moon being with Rahu, it's likely that you'll probably be intense in relationships. Now, Vinayak, you've been telling me some things, so I want to take a moment and read what you've been saying in our chat here. So you had an early marriage around 27, a traditional marriage, no kids. Everything is changing in my life, career, education, partnerships, at least intention-wise. Coming into 36, you are going to start feeling these shifts of what do I actually want to do in my life. You have 2 dogs. Oh, sweet. You have 2 dogs that you basically dedicate your life to. You want to perfect your inner self and how you entangle with the external world. Your career in the army was short and not sweet, and you've tried various other professions, a sort of jack-of-all-trades situation. I can relate to that with something to consider is that with the weak sun energy in Shadbala, sometimes it's nice to have varieties of actions and things that you're interested in, as long as you're not escaping depth. When you have a strong sun, you could have several things going on, but there'll always be the person with a strong sun in Shadbala knows what side their bread is buttered on, and they take advantage of it. They know what is their best skills, and that it's like, the sun is like a sum of energy, which is greater than its parts. And when you know that there's something that you do that when you push yourself in that way has the ability to develop into something that is the largest contribution to the world. You put in 5 coins in the arcade game and it spits out 100 coins. That's because you've developed and dedicated yourself to a skill that relates to your nature. And when the sun is strong, it's going to do that no matter what. When the sun is not strong, oftentimes we find ourselves lacking the capacity to stick to one thing. And this is why when the sun period turns on at age 50, that you're going to be wondering, of all these different things that I've done, what am I going to be best known for? What is going to be the most satisfying, creatively and inspirationally? So it's good for you at some point to consider trying to seek something, especially because you've got Ketu in Leo and the sun there in the 2nd house. It's likely that there is going to be some desire for you to master, especially in your 40s. You're going to find yourself seeking to master some kind of personal entrepreneurial venture, create some kind of product, do some kind of work that manifests for you something that is, this is like building a business throughout your 40s, because it's in the 2nd house too, right? Even though the 3rd cusp is there. I would still call this really a 2nd house in the whole sign house system. Although, it is interesting that the 3rd house cusp falls at 11 degrees of Leo. So the 3rd house cusp is closer. I wonder where the 4th house cusp falls. 4th house cusp falls at 7 degrees of Virgo. Yeah. So all in all, this sun in the 2nd house with Ketu in Leo, it's going to show that at some level, at some point in your life, there's going to be a desire to create some kind of entrepreneurial venture, some kind of baby. The 2nd house can be entrepreneurial, like Taurus. Like, I've developed this product, this school, some kind of business that's mine with my signature on it. It's my legacy. It took my creative ideas and dedication and power to put energy into this thing in order to create it. Because Ketu is there, if Ketu was in Leo in the second house, then you would just be doing this naturally, and the sun would be somewhere else. And it wouldn't necessarily be so, how do I describe it? Like, what's on my brain, I just watched a documentary about the Beach Boys, and their manager was their father. And it became difficult for the Beach Boys to disagree with their father, because if you disagreed with, you're supposed to be able to disagree with your manager. But when you disagree with your manager and it's like, oh, there's a father-son conflict going on here, it's a conflict of interest. Similarly, with Ketu in Leo, there's obviously a desire to build your entrepreneurial venture, but the sun is there with it, which means that the sun, usually the sun would be somewhere else, not in Leo with Ketu. So the sun is building on its own thing, and, you know, you've got the sun, you've got Ketu in Leo, so there's always going to be a desire to perfect what you do with Leo in the second house. But the sun itself is over there. Your desire, your lunar node is not actually wrapped up in the sun when that's the case. But the sun energy is actually wrapped up, like it's a loaded gun there. And remember, the sun, in the old story, the sun got sapped by Ketu and Rahu. So Ketu being with the sun, you're going to try to build on some kind of venture, and it's going to be exhausting, and it might even take a lot of your energy, and it might feel like this will never be perfect. I'll never really find this way to sculpt this thing that I want to do. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Mia Moore. I appreciate that very much. Again, tips are always appreciated but never expected, folks. So there's definitely a creative destiny here that you're, you know, what's going to probably end up happening here with Ketu and the sun in Leo is that time is going to come on, and you're going to look back on it and you're going to say that, you know, this was what I could do with my karmic energy in this life. You know, Ketu shows up to remind us that the soul has limited form. Even though we want it, the Ketu is the one spot where we feel that we have infinite power, we want to express infinite power there. And as time goes on, we look back and say, that's all I could do with that. And you'll probably think it was never enough. But at some point, you're going to have to reckon with the fact that this is all I could do with my creative energy, with my sun. The second house relates to finances. It relates to family. There's a subjective family quality. There is a desire to, I mean, it's a male sign. So it's really the energy that you felt you got to share with your close loved ones, that you got to provide for your close loved ones. For Cancer rising, the ego of Cancer is Leo in the second house. Wherever Leo is by house, it's going to show you a key part of the ego of that rising sign. And ego, I don't necessarily mean that in a bad, completely bad way. It's just how that sign feels like it's satisfied with what it does. Cancer rising has Leo in the second house. There is a desire for this person to express, you know, that Leo is an outgoing masculine energy. And we have here the nodes in these masculine signs. Ketu in Leo in the second house wants to do things with its people. It wants to, through its action, provide for its loved ones, for the people close to it, for its friends, for family, for its lover. It wants to have money through the second house. It wants to have power and status and prestige through its action. It wants to know that its action provided for the people close to it. And it's likely when you're 50, you're in your sun period, you're going to be really wanting to do these kinds of things. And really with Ketu with the sun here in these masculine signs, it's not going to be about, you know, like if this was happening through the feminine signs, then this would be about, you know, the people. You'd feel failed by the situation. The people that I garnered to myself aren't aligned with me. But being in male signs, the disappointment is going to come from what you do or what you didn't feel like you did enough of. And it's going to relate probably to, I never got the experience of being a provider for the people that I love. And with the sun kind of where it is in your Shadbala, being at 75% like it is, it's possible that a lot of this is going to come from the fact that you don't put energy into this thing that you feel is important. It is important to you, but you don't instinctively wake up every day and develop and dedicate your energy to this experience. Now, it's likely that you've got other karmas that you got to deal with too, obviously. But really, the unconscious psyche of Ketu wants to feel like it's provided for loved ones. But the sun is going to struggle. Now, this is one of those you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't things, but you're probably more damned if you don't. So, for you are somebody, Vinayak. I'm going to read I'm seeing your comments you're putting on here. Something I'd like to say, it's only so often that this really makes that a clear remedy like this is useful. Sun things, sun worship, I believe, look up the stone related to the sun. I'm thinking it's going to be, let's see, stone to the sun. I'm thinking like amber, gemstone. Yeah, amber is a big one. Sunstone, crystals for stoning the sun. Citron, I think, is a big one. Citron seems to be the big one. And it captures the sun's warm yellow essence. This would be, you got to dig that it's all psychological. You can't just, if you got lots of money, you buy all the citron in the world and then your sun problems are fixed. What it is you've only got so much time and money in your life. Dedicate some of your money to making the purchase of some kind of piece of citron that you include in your life as a ground for your intention of bringing out the sun energy within you, dedicating yourself to a single pointed purpose that comes from your own nature. Now, you've mentioned that you're a bit of a jack of all trades. That could mean, again, that you have just not found something related to your intrinsic nature that you've found comfortable, you can comfortably dedicate yourself to. And you might have to, with Ketu and Leo, with Ketu conjunct the sun, you might put a lot of energy into feeling lots of different things that never feel quite right. It's likely you won't feel completely right about it until about 48 years old, where you found something that you have dedicated to that feels the least of the evils. That's what this is going to feel like. This feels the least unrelated to me. Also, I would also recommend at some point, it might do you well to intone the Surya mantra. So that's the sun has its own Bij mantra, and it goes like this. Om Hram Hrim Hraum Sa Suryaya Namaha. Om Hram Hrim Hraum Sa Suryaya Namaha. If you have your stone and you intone this mantra and you think about the sun, you think about the Leo and this dimension of yourself that you're looking to ground yourself in. This is a particular chart where, because the sun is kind of in a place where it is not supported for the strongest expression of Shadbala, thinking about, masculine energy, thinking about the light within yourself, the fire of tapas, and manifesting your path. Again, when you get to be 50 years old, past your Ketu maturation, it's never going to feel quite... I'm going to put it to you this way, okay? Think of a master painter. A master painter knows that you're never going to... They have an image inside their mind. And they're never going to paint a painting that perfectly encapsulates the image that they're going for. It's going to look like, it's like they're lying down in the bottom of a river and looking up at the sun. And there's seaweed and it's dirty and it's filtered. That's not the sun. That's not the exact sun. So a painter is going to paint a picture and it's never going to be perfectly what they see in their minds. The master painter laughs, knowing that they've carved into their practice so much that their painting is as close as it's going to get to the reality that they saw in their head. It's going to be much better if you spend your years developing on this thing, even though you know, like, this isn't exactly what I had on my mind. It's not perfect. It's not this perfect thing. But if you dedicate yourself to the craft, you fail to get that image that you want on your head. When you look back, you're 55 years old, you've developed this craft where you can get the image that's on your mind and get it down. It's never going to be perfect, but it's probably going to be closer to reality than someone who has not been practicing the craft. So this is what you have to think about, is that if you want to be a master painter and convey what is in your soul, you have to practice something, find something that is going to, with Ketu and Leo in the second house, you're probably going to want it to be something that gives you some monetary groundedness. You're a Cancer rising with Ketu and Leo, just like my brother Sean is, but he doesn't have the eclipse there. So there's less personal emotional antagonism going here for him. He's also Saturn on Makaraka, so the Rahu in Aquarius in the 8th house is kind of more loaded for him in a way. But he is somebody who has spent his whole life, thus far in his life, he's been working in the union, and he's just been carving away at something that he's good at, but at some point he's going to make a shift. He talks about how he wants to actually do things in his life. He's a labor worker, so it's more about the energy he puts in than about his personal creative capacity. You might find yourself doing something kind of similar, just, working at the army. It doesn't necessarily relate perfectly to your specific skill set, but you can just put your energy in and do it and get, and move forward with this thing that doesn't, it's not a reflection of the skills inherent in your nature, but you have the willpower to do it. And so you'll find a lot of jobs that do that, but at some point you're going to want to find something where you're risking it all to develop on this skill set that relates to your energy. So you're saying, if in fact you're a Gemini, then Surya becomes the third lord. I would say, based on what we're talking about here, we know that you've got the Sun and Ketu in Leo. Ketu is in Leo, and the Sun is kind of lacking a bit of Shadbala, whether you're a Gemini or you're a Cancer rising. So no matter what, mastering and being patient as the energy of Ketu and Leo unfolds for you is an important thing. And this is, I think, a key thing that I have to speak to when anybody has Ketu in Leo, is that they want to be perfect now, especially with Ketu on the Sun. You're not going to have your shit figured out fully ever, really. This is me. The thing is that I could tell somebody that and they'd be like, oh, well, duh. Nobody really ever has their shit fully together. Even those people like Bill Gates, like celebrities who are masters and they're way out there, they're doing their thing. They're never going to feel fully like they've got their shit together, And you could tell them that and they'd be like, yeah, duh. But, I'm doing the work I can do, right? And that's all we can do. When you tell a person with Ketu and Leo that they don't have their shit together, they're like, wait, hold on, what do you mean? I have my shit together just as much as anybody else. And it's true. But they're sensitive about the feeling that they do or they don't have their shit together, and that they're doing their dharma, and that they're doing the best that they can to be a success in the soul. Now, when I say this, you're never fully going to have your shit together. This is partly because the sun energy for you, and plus you have Ketu with the sun. But how you are at this moment in reality is what it's supposed to be. It's the best that it could be. I'm doing a series on Ganesha, and Ganesha is a good symbol here for being with your karma no matter what it is. In Buddhism, we say that your spirit is perfect. And if you look in the mirror, you see the Buddha. But everybody's got dust and mud and gunk on the mirror. And that's our emotional reaction to reality. But reality is actually perfect. You got to wipe that mirror and just be with what your karma and your destiny gives you. And how the best way to do this is to listen. You got a good Jupiter. And you seem to have the right attitude here. Everything is as it should be. And your name was derived from Ganesha, Vinayak, Narayana. Your name was derived from Ganesha. Amazing. I'm glad to hear that. Ganesha is very important. Watch the videos that I put out in the next month about Ganesha, Vinayak, if you feel so inclined, because I think it's going to relate more to what we're talking about here, which is wiping the dust off the mirror so you can just purely see that exactly what's happening to you is the perfect reality. You got a good Jupiter. You seem to be taking this in the right way. So I feel good about saying this, because for a lot of people, when they have difficulty in their chart, if they don't have the right thing set up, if they don't have a good Jupiter, if they don't have a good Venus, if they can't satisfy themselves, they're going to feel like a piece of shit, and they're going to feel victimized by fate and karma. Even though this life is just one, in every single life we're going to have good and bad. And even when it's a tough karma life, if you get that out of the way now, just be present with it. Energy is you're cleaning things up when you have difficult karma. It's like Saturn comes along, and it means that you got to take a shit regarding wherever Saturn is moving through. If you're living a Saturn life, that's a cleanup life that's difficult, it's only going to get easier. But that can only happen if you don't allow yourself to be victimized. Just do your custodial work in this life. Be patient. Life is going to continue on, and things are going to get different. So, in the case of Vinayak here, accepting the nature of what the pace with Ketu and Leo, it's always going to feel like I just want it to get done right now. Your soul roots are so close to Leo, which is, remember with Ketu, we're so close to it that it's smoky. What I often say is when it comes to Ketu, the lessons about Ketu are like the central piece of furniture in this room. You're looking for Easter eggs inside this room. And there's a central table or a column in the middle of the room. And it's so central to everything, it's the one place you'd never think to look. It's almost like you have your back on this thing and you're looking around, you're leaning against this pillar in the middle of the room and you're looking around at everything in the room and you're like, yeah, I just don't see it. And you're leaning your back on the very thing, the central piece of furniture that you would never think to look under. And then when you're in your 40s, Rahu comes along and karate chops the top of the pillar and drags you by the head and forces you to look underneath that central pillar. So this process, me telling you that you've got to come into your sun energy at the age you are, at 34, turning 35, you could look underneath the central pillar and you're not necessarily going to see how to become your perfect in your life. It's only going to happen with time and with patience. And with Ketu and Leo, especially with the sun here, the best advice I could give you is to, again, intone and invoke the Surya energy of the sun through mantra, through the Bij mantra, and possibly through citron and gemstones that you've used as a grounding for your dedication to the Surya principle. You're not just buying a citron bracelet and saying, my problems are all fixed now. No, you're getting a piece of citron and using it as a ground for your intention. Because ultimately, consciousness is the only way to get on top of the astral chart. Your causal being is the only way that you're going to properly deal with astral body. Developing on this Surya consciousness is a key for this particular reading. And also being patient, slowing down. And with this Jupiter here, I'm just going to say it. It's kind of nice that your Jupiter is actually in the Navamsha of Leo, in the D9 chart, the Navamsha chart. It's delighted there. I digress though. With this Jupiter here, I'm inclined to say that you might do well. I don't know if you seem to be, it's hard for me to say, but if you're a religious person, developing the faith in the patience in how karma has unfolded for you, like again through Ganesha, this is going to be great for you having Ketu and Leo, because at some level it's tricky, because at some level you have to use your masculine energy to go out there and carve into it and do it. But if you just go full Ketu Leo and you let yourself become compulsive, if you don't calm your mind, if you don't meditate, if you don't listen as much as you speak, the Ketu in Leo has to speak its reality into existence and put hard elbow grease into becoming who you want to be. But you have to listen to reality as much as you speak it. Reality is like a lover. And if you just grab your lover by the head and say, look, you should be doing this thing for me. You grab him by the hair and say, do this thing for me or else we're not going to be together anymore. You have to do this thing for me. And the lover is just getting rattled around. They're not going to have that's not how you do it. If you really want your lover to be there for you in a reliable way, you have to be there for them. And you have to trust that when you ask something from them, you ask them to do something for you, they have to come at it from their own pace. They have to communicate with you, okay, in order for me to do this thing for you, I have to do this in my life. It's like when you have an argument with a good lover. They'll say, I want to do this for you and with you, but we have to compromise. Here are my needs. This is the reason why I'm obstructed in doing this thing for you. Let's compromise. Let's meet in the middle. And believe it or not, reality is a lover. Reality's like this. It wants to do for us what we want. But we have to listen to it. We have to be patient with it. What can I do for you, darling, in order to mutually be in lockstep with the mutual agenda that's unfolding between us? So for your sake, having Ketu and Leo with the sun there, I recommend that you treat reality as a lover and ask it what you can do for it. What do you want from me? What is the best way for me to get what I want, which is this Leo positive expression of the Leo Ketu Sun Leo in the second house arc. Essentially, again, with your energy, doing things for the people that you love and being respected and admired for it, protecting your loved ones with it, etc. If you do have a rough chart with weak placements, is there an end to the self-loathing? That's kind of my trap, Silver says. Oh, good. I'm glad that I gave you a little bit of something to respond to you, Silver. Because sometimes a rough chart with weak placements, there's always things, patience and asking reality what it wants. You'll learn that reality has you in this life with these tough placements because it's something that it needs. Your soul is asking you to clean up the aisle 3 through going through these hard placements in life. So treating it like a lover, being patient with it, is the best. The best thing that you can have is a personal relationship with the unfolding evolutionary intent of consciousness, which we call Krishna, as a living being. Then you'll know that everything that happens to you is coming from the sweet smile of the blue-faced one. Started loving reality in its entirety, which has colored my life brightly and positively. Oh, back at you, Silver. That's so sweet. Virtual hug, my friend. Now, Vinayak, my friend, I hope that this patience that I've underlined here, it's classic and simple to speak to in a chart like this. That whole Ketu with the sun thing there, it's going to be tricky for you to develop, the moon being opposite the sun in Aquarius in this lunar eclipse. At the time that you were born, there was an intense opening of emotional energy. The moon being in the 8th house shows, especially as your first lord, that there's going to be a desire to connect with other people, to involve your money with other people's money. This is probably going to be one of the tricky aspects of this chart, is that part of your bread is buttered on the side of the moon in the 8th house of Aquarius. With Rahu there, there's definitely, one of the ways that you're going to get out of this suck hole of only doing a limited amount of skill in some job that doesn't suit you is to probably connect with a love partner and find ways of, the two of you together could be like a power couple through the 8th house, and their desire for their own success and prestige will demand that you show up for the best that you can in your own career and your own contributions to this group effort with your lover. So blending energies and especially financial and emotional investment with other people is something that you probably have a deep desire to do. But with that comes the loaded moon. The moon here in the 8th house, it's in an unstable placement. When you got to listen to your heart on this, especially because you've got Venus Vargatama debilitated. You have to go by your heart. And sometimes your heart takes on and carries the karma of the soul and of the moon. So your moon being in the 8th house, you might find yourself desiring to connect with a person for like financial reasons. They've got a certain status in life, and this allows them to share their resources with your resources to build a life together in order to develop mutual financial stability together through the work that you do together. Now, this is a tricky place. It's like they say, don't mix friends with business. In the same way, we got to be careful mixing love with business, because that's a loaded situation when you are connecting with a person. But it doesn't mean you can't, doesn't mean you shouldn't. It just, be aware that this might be some of the intense energy of love that you seek to experience. And don't let the feeling of instability tell you that this is a bad thing. If it feels unstable, that instability could be coming from something internal to yourself. This is a masculine sign axis. So the moon and Rahu being together in Aquarius would probably show that there's an energy of you showing up for your partner, doing things for them that resonates with the ideological grouping that they belong to and that you two belong to together. You know, this moon in the 8th house in Aquarius, you might desire a partner who wants a social life, who wants to have lots of friends, and the two of you together, you know, in the 8th house, Rahu and Moon in the 8th house, you might do well to connect with people who all like pitch in for like a timeshare at like a cottage or like somewhere in the mountains. And you all have this timeshare, you come together and you work out how you can all financially enjoy your time together with these kinds of things. Or you and your partner are intelligent enough to have a shared intelligence with each other that you can build businesses with other bigger groups as well, other than yourself. You know, having Saturn, the 7th lord, and the 8th lord in the 7th house further kind of shows that you might have an interest in connecting with a partner through your 7th house for really meticulous, for business reasons. You know, it might do well for you to connect in that way. So Vinayak says that they would like to be, that's what you wanted, to be a power couple. Let's inspire each other to be the best version of ourselves. Love and business. As long as love is prioritized, all is peachy. Yeah, and the love is going to come through in the nature that it's supposed to. That, you know, that's going to just be what it is. You know, because you got to let, if you begin to have faith and trust in the universe coming to you with love, you're right that love has to be the center of it all. You know, don't go and snag some woman just because she could be a possible business prospect for you. What you've got to do is find someone, experience the love going on between you two. Love is something that you got to just come from the heart. You got to go beyond astrology and just feel it out, and then let astrology tell you what the love going on between you is and means. One of these days I'm going to get into love compatibility. I think it's going to be a big part of my practice. But this energy of sharing energy with another person or with people, with groups, with, you know, you and your partner are one unit, and then you've got another two best friends who are also a couple, they're a unit, and then another couple, they're, you know, a unit, and these three groupings come together, and like, let's say you you buy a house together or a cottage together, you all decide to Airbnb it, and then, you know, then you've got all these people have pitched in for this financial investment that's making you all returns. Now you guys just got to make sure that you all stay together through your individual love relationships. This is the kind of thing that happens with Rahu in the moon in the 8th house. You know, so be open to it, explore what can happen there, and ultimately listen to your heart when it comes to love. Try to go from love and not just from the pretty price tag of a possible lover. You know, so there's lots to say there. Ultimately, we've been going on this reading for quite a bit already. Now I want to tell you again, you've been going through this evolutionary calendar. You're in the Jupiter period. Mercury just matured at 32. You're at nodal squared D. So nodal squared D is you're coming up at 36. So you're in quadrant D of the North Node. So your North Node is in Aquarius, and the North Node in transit right now is in Aries. In April, we had an eclipse. Next year, we're probably going to be having 2 eclipses in Pisces, and then the year after that is when you're about 36, 37, is going to be, basically 36. You're going to have the North Node eclipses occurring in Aquarius. So while you're in the North Node by transit, it's in Aries right now, as we all know. The North Node in transit for you is in quadrant D. And this is a tension point where the desire to spring away from you. So you've been, while you were about 32, pretty much from 23, let's see, quadrant B starts at about 22. So you're in quadrant B from 22, and then you enter quadrant C at about 27, and then you entered quadrant D at about 32, around there, 31 and a half. So you're in quadrant D. So this is the point where the North Node eclipses are, again, it's in Aries, so it's creeping up to your natal North Node. You're in Rahu land now and building towards the Rahu peak that's going to occur at 36. 36 is when you're going to have your second nodal return. So you're building up in Rahu land, which means right now you're kind of building up to this peak towards this Rahu energy. You're in Rahu land right now. The North Node eclipses are happening recently in Aries. And that Aries energy is, in April, you are probably dealing with things related to Aries. And of course, in October, you're going to be dealing with things related to Libra. And with Venus, this is an important time for you because Venus's Mula Tricona is Libra. So the South Node eclipses happening in October are going to bring you karma related to your Venus. The fourth house, the natural fourth house for Cancer. It's also where your fifth cusp resides. So the energy right now of the North Node in Aries is going to lead eventually to Pisces and then finally to the North Node in Aquarius, which means there's probably an emphasis right now of this Rahu energy, right? What happens with Ketu is when we're in Ketu land for 9.5 years, we are dealing with our roots, dealing with that Ketu energy, right? So after 32 happened, the North Node went square. When you were probably about 32, the North Nodes were in Taurus. So that would have been about 2 years ago. And I think that is right around where the North Nodes were. Last year and a half, the North Node was in Taurus, and that's square to your nodes. So you've had a shift ever since 32 of moving towards this Rahu peak energy, of dealing with Aquarius. You're getting out of dealing with the Ketu, the soreness of why am I not the special person I want to be. Now you're moving into the world of Aquarius. You're moving into the space where the eclipses are bringing you closer to that 8th house. Really, the eclipses are happening in your 10th house right now. So there's a career energy kind of going on there. And at 36 years old, you're going to be dealing with your second nodal return, which is this strong Rahu and Aquarius energy. Your Saturn's going to mature, which is going to, remember, there's the maturity for everybody watching. There's the maturation of the planets. The maturation of Saturn is a very important time for all of us, where we all kind of stop fucking around. We reduce the childish inclinations relative to the planet that's maturing. Saturn is an important planet for you because it holds your North Node and your Moon and this Saturn and Uranus. And, there's quite a loaded deck happening in Saturn land here. So at this coming age, 35, for this whole year, you're going to be building up more and more on this Saturn theme. And it's going to all come to a head, a positive head, when Jupiter, you're going to have your Jupiter return. Jupiter return in Cancer. So when Jupiter's in Cancer at this time, the North Node is going to be transiting. The North Node eclipses are going to be happening in Aquarius, where your Moon is. And you're probably going to have to let go of a lot of things related to the Moon, related to how you thought you wanted to move through your life. I think that this is going to really bring out at this time, Saturn's going to mature. Saturn rules your 7th and 8th house for Cancer rising. So I think relationships are going to probably be a key element. And interweaving relationships, relationships are they're masculine and feminine, but really the love of a relationship is an earth and water thing. Now, Saturn is going to be maturing. Your Saturn falls in the 7th house in a earthy Capricorn. And since the North Node at 36 is going to be in Aquarius, what's probably going to happen is you're going to kind of smarten up and fortify and line up the type of lover and partner that you truly seek. And you're going to start to probably emanate and attract that and vibe with that. And it's going to relate to a partner that is going to progress your action. Because you've got the moon and Rahu in Aquarius, you're going to be lining with a partner and with people who provide you with the space to prove to yourself that you have this Leo edge and this energy and this determination and purpose in life. Be careful, what happens with Ketu and Leo and Rahu and Aquarius is that the person's Rahu and Aquarius awakens and they want to find who they are through groups of people. And what usually happens is that they're a punk and then they're a rock person and then they're into country and then they're into EDM and they finally land back at one of those things and find their best through it. Now, you've got a lot of self-searching to do as this age 36 maturity comes in. You're going to be dealing probably with more people, attracting people who bring out who you truly are, which means you're going to go through changes and finding out who it is exactly that I truly am. Somewhere within all that, there is your true essential nature. So you've got to be open to exploring the many people that you become through the reflectiveness of the moon, kind of awakening in your chart at the age of 36, and Saturn maturing, which means the 7th and 8th house are going to come fully into play. It's as if you haven't been able to fully deal with marriage this is classic for Cancer. Cancers usually have a second marriage, or they have an intense thing that happens to them and their marriage partner around 36 where they fully reckon with who I am as this Cancer person and who I want to associate with and what my love really means to me. Yeah, I do not work with Black Moon Lilith, honey, just because I haven't gotten into it. That's all. So there's a lot there. There's a lot of changing and shifting that's going to happen at 36. This theme is going to continue, especially, you're going to wake up to the 7th and 8th house, combining marriage through the 7th house with investment, business potential in that 8th house where that moon there is. You'll probably even enjoy having the capacity to blend finances and living for the Aquarian group that you're building with your partner. After 36 into your 40s, the theme of Rahu in the 8th house is going to fully unfold more. And that 40 years old period is going to relate to how well do the people that I've attracted as my marriage and life partners in friendship and in business really reflect on who I am and how much joy can I get out of them. And at that point, feel free to come to me or any astrologer to talk about what you're going through there, because especially having a sort of vulnerable sun, it's going to be important for you to learn how to maintain the central integrity of who you are while you are enjoying this 8th house Rahu lunar connecting with people energy. You don't want to lose yourself in that explorative period. You've recently started getting confident talking about spiritual awareness around people. It's usually around material stuff and not really who I was. So what you are really talking about now is resonating. Amazing, Vinayak. Spirituality I find is something that we don't necessarily need to. Spirituality is kaivalya. It's the aloneness of truly seeing reality, because you can't truly see reality with other people. It's something that only comes from your dedicated intention towards a certain path. It's nice to do sadhana with people. It's nice to do things with people, to have people who you can talk about spirituality with, but don't let your spirituality depend on the support you have from other people. Because spirituality is the one thing that should be coming from your own dedication. And especially when you talk with other people about very special things to you in spirituality, sometimes you can get the wrong impression of the specialness of what you experience, because some other person might say it's extremely special, or this thing you're talking about is not special at all. And it's, you know, don't let your spirituality be dependent on other people, but it is good to attract people to you who resonate with your philosophical, spiritual vibration. But again, let the people come to you in your life through the love, because you can love people who aren't necessarily on the same spiritual vibe as you. When it comes to a personal marriage partner, you should probably be aligned with the 9th house with Jupiter, with that good Jupiter that you have. It would be good for you to open up to finding a person who resonates with your spiritual capacities. I think that's a good thing. Good. Awesome. I feel pretty good about that. I always feel like I could do more and talk more. It's, you know, with these cold readings, you know, I don't have any time to prepare. So I always feel like, you know, like, there's more I could have said here. But this is the nature of these cold readings, folks. You know, I think that we just went for about an hour and a half talking with our friend Vinayak here. We included a little bit of our evolutionary calendar in there. Vinayak is coming up to the 36 period, and after that, the next thing to look forward to is the 40s, the midlife period, where a big change is going to come about, where he's going to learn to master his Ketu through the introduction of Rahu and Aquarius in the 8th house with the moon there. Be mindful that you might be an intense energy when it comes to connecting with people because you're born during a lunar eclipse. Anyone who is with you is going to sense that as well. It's just all you can really do is be mindful with it and accept what our beloved cosmic lover, the cosmos, reality, has given to you. So I'm glad to have done that, everybody. Now I'm going to be, as usual, I'm going to put in my PayPal link here. For anybody who's enjoyed this, feel free to donate if you feel like it, but again, tips are always appreciated, never expected. DustinCormier.net. And if anybody would be interested in a reading with me, feel free to email me at astrology@DustinCormier.net. I feel like I've already gotten a few people who are doing so. Now, let's do another one here, folks. Stay tuned. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to eat a piece of chocolate. I'm going to go get some dark chocolate almond milk. That's what's going down right now. And we're about to start our next cold reading, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Vinayak. Let's all give a round of applause to Vinayak for being a willing guinea pig in our exploration today of our cold readings and of our evolutionary calendar. You know, I think I'm always going to have this evolutionary calendar locked and loaded, whether I'm doing it for personal consultations, but especially right now, I'm trying to focus on this evolutionary calendar. This is a video that I just recently did on my channel, ladies and gentlemen. I have to show this. It's a new series that I'm discussing, and what it's basically talking about, like I said again. So you go onto my channel here. This is our live cold readings. You have the Asheville Vedic Astrology essays, and then the script, the evolutionary script, the evolutionary calendar. Maybe I should call it the calendar. I don't know. I'm still working out how I want to describe this thing. But these are age-based astrological patterns where everybody at the same age, 27 years old, 32 years old, 36 years old, 43 years old, 48 years old, we all go through these same age-based astrological patterns. I did a great video that I'm very proud of on my channel there. And if you want to know a little bit more about the theme of this evolutionary calendar, this evolutionary script, that would be the place. I'm going to be putting more videos about it as time goes on. So, it's awesome. My pleasure, Vinayak. I hope that this has been good for you, and it looks like it has. Like I said, there's always more to talk about, but, let's call her a day for now on Vinayak's reading. I'm going to go to the bathroom, get myself a dark chocolate almond milk. So for those of you watching, we got quite a few people still here. Put in your birth time. We're just going to pick them at random. Try to put it in all at once and try not to repeat if you can help it. Put it all in one go. I need your birth time, I need your birth date, and I need the place of your birth. Squash it in there, and we'll see who we can get a reading for. I'll be right back, you guys. See you in just a bit. Thunder Bay, Ontario. Cool. I'm in Ontario myself. Nice to meet you, Claire. I'm kind of closer to Toronto. CB, good. CB is having their midlife crisis early. I definitely get it. Hi there, Louise. I've been seeing you hanging out on my channel for a while. I'd like to do a reading for you at some point, but I gotta keep this random. Oh, damn, that's tasty. The second reading, I always have a way of just making it completely random. I kind of just fuck around with it every time. I'm going to say, here's how I'm going to do it this time, because I really want this to be as random as possible. I'm going to pick a sacred number, and I want it to be a long one. And we're going to go all the way down the list, and once we're down at the bottom of the list, I'm going to go back up, and then back down, and it's going to land on somebody. The number that I have in my head is 33. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Oh, chocolate. I actually have a nice salty piece of chocolate here too. I like the chocolate. Hanny says I should make a commercial about chocolate. My whole commercial would just be me going, chocolate. Good for the soul. All right, folks, we're diving in. So thankfully, I'm glad to see that all of our times are just squashed right here into the center. The number I've chosen is 33. So I'm going to start from the top, and I'm going to count eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch tiger by the toe, and we're going to go 30. And then once I get to the bottom, I'm going to go back up. When I go back up again, I'm going to go back to the bottom again. Okay, starting with Taurus rising. I'm pretty much ending with sways, and I'll include Raiden in there. Hey, Raiden. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Raiden's already in here. Gotcha. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. I have Lee Lost from Gwangju, South Korea. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name here, my friend. That could be a capital I, so it could be E Lost or Lee Lost. From South Korea. How are you doing, my friend? Lee Lost, are you here with us? Hopefully this is somebody who has stuck around and is able to be chosen here. That's L-Y-L-O-S-T, E-Lost, Lee Lost. Ah, yes. Okay. Congratulations. Now, is that an I at the start of your name or an L? Is that I Lost or Lee Lost? Your name is Hope. Okay. I'm going to call you Hope then. Wonderful. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Hope. Now, I hope you are ready. You know, that's an L, so it's like Lee Lost. But I'll call you Hope. Now, something I should have done from the beginning. Hope, my friend, I don't know if you have been on my channel and if you've seen how these cold readings work. You're probably just watching from the previous one. But some people just come randomly on and they're like, oh, what's this? So I got to say, you know, this is what we're doing here is something called cold readings. So when you do a cold reading, it's called that because usually when I do an astrology session for somebody, I will, you know, I'll get their birth time and I'll study it for like 2 or 3 days before I meet with them. So I know the important things to talk about in the chart. A cold reading is when it's like, imagine we're at a cafe and you see someone that has a sign that says astrology readings, right? So they charge you $60 and they read your chart for an hour right there on the spot. They got no preparation, which means that for me, it almost doesn't feel good, but I'm doing this because I was told to do this by a guy named Alan Anand, who's a great dude. He actually lives around Toronto. He's written several great Vedic astrology books. I recommend his work. And I met with him one day. Really nice dude. And he encouraged me to just scratch in and do these cold readings. Now, I went to Toronto and tried to do it. And it was tough. But then I realized I got my own channel. I could just do this thing on my channel and people will hang out with me. So this is like we're at a cafe and I'm just reading your chart right on the spot, which means, you know, we have to consider that whatever I read in the chart, you know, my intention is not to take the skeletons out of your closet and show them to everybody. I am a Scorpio. Scorpio is my most loaded sign, so I do sniff around and I do, you know, I am looking for this to be a cathartic healing experience for you. But you don't have to say anything you don't want to say, and I'm going to do my best not to speak to anything that could be, you know, uncomfortable for you. Okay, so you've been watching my videos, but this is your first cold reading. Good. Vinayak says it's August 8th, 2024, and 2024 adds up to 8. So it's an 888 day. Cool. So now my friend Hope, so Hope has been watching. Hope knows what my videos are all about, but this is your first cold reading. So let me know if at any point, let me know if this all still feels good for you after I've just explained everything. Hope, it's okay. Don't worry. If you didn't expect this to be this way, let me know, and I can always pick somebody else. It seems like you're okay. Let me know though if you didn't expect this. But like I said, since this is a public forum, I don't go that deep to the point where I'm scratching out your bones and talking about things that you wouldn't want to talk about. You're in the power seat here. But the more you can tell us about your life experience, about how you relate to the things I talk about in the reading, the deeper we can go, the more you'll get out of it, the more we get out of it as an astrology community. But it would be silly for me to... The most important thing is your consent in this moment. It would be silly for you to feel like you have to say something that you don't feel comfortable talking about. That would ruin what I'm doing here. So, do your best to own your own communication. Good. So you're saying yes, you're all good. So, own your communication. Feel free to say, or don't say anything. If I'm going on about something and you're not saying anything about it, if I ask you something and you don't speak, I'm just going to keep going. Right? Now, for everybody watching, this is how we like to do this kind of stuff. Once again, I've got my donation link here. Donations are always appreciated, but never expected. And if anybody enjoys this and wants to get a personal reading from me at any time, feel free to feel free to email me at astrology@dustincormier.net. Aw, how sweet. Thank you, Hope. I'm glad to hear that from you. Now, you have volunteered yourself to be a part of this experience. Get ready. Some heads are going to roll here on How to Rock a Campfire, folks. I always like to make this whole, it's going to be super soft and fine and, nothing's going to happen. Now get ready to lose your head. I need some paper. Is this going to do it? Yeah, this will do it. Okay. Let's jump in, folks. I think we're about ready. Now, all this time I was just dinking around and I could have been putting in this birth info. All right, now Hope. Let's see. Are you still in South Korea? It's nice to be doing something for someone in South Korea. Let's see. 6 is January, March, April, May, June. Duh. June 29th. Okay, so this is Hope. June 29th. 1977? Was I right on that? 1977. So, let's see. If you're 1977, 91 is the goat, 79 is the goat, 78 is the horse, 77 is the snake. So that would be the fire snake. Cool. That's a whole lot of fire going on in the Taoist alchemy. I'm into the year signs in the Taoist alchemy as well. There's a whole world there. So we've got 11:38 a.m. You got the sun way up there at the top of the chart. Now, Hope, my friend, I'd like to ask you, I always like to ask everybody this. I can't necessarily tell thus far whether you are nice. Hope's got some dark chocolate as well. Now, Hope, my friend, would you let me know, would you consider yourself in the gender of female or male? As well, if you feel like disclosing it, knowing whether you have energy related to your sexual orientation, if you are straight, if you are bisexual, or if you have any kind of romantic inclinations that you'd like to describe here to us, it'll give me a better understanding of where you might be wanting to go with your orientation towards another partner. Female and bi. Cool, I'm bi too. Okay, so Hope is female, and Hope is from South Korea. I wonder if I should just... Oh, yeah, country. Should I just put Korea? Korea, South. And, oh, so you're in Berkeley, California now. You love souls, not gender. I am totally there with you. You and me are similar in that way. Okay, so Hope is in Berkeley, California now, but you were born in Gwangju, South Korea. All right, so Gwangju. Now, seems to be a few sort of different things here. I don't think they're going to make much difference, though. There's two different Gwangjus. One is in Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do, and then the other is just Gwangju. I'm just going to quickly check if this is going to change much. You're a Virgo in Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do, and you are Gwangju. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, so Gwangju, I've got you as a Virgo rising at about 24 degrees of Virgo rising. How does that feel for you, Hope? Does that feel like, is that what you're used to working with when you do an astrology reading? Or when you look at your own astrology chart? Let me know how that aligns with you. While I suck back this chocolate. Wonderful. Another living angel on earth. Oh, I have such a soft spot for Virgos. Virgo is my Swamsha. I have the same thing going on as Vinayak. I've got Venus Atmakarika, just like you do. Would you look at that? Ah, you got a very interesting thing going on. Okay, first thing I'll say is that I'm Venus Atmakarika, like you are, and like Vinayak is. It's funny, I think I attract a lot of Venus Atmakarika people. People with Libra, Taurus, Virgo energy especially. I attract a lot of Virgo energy because my Venus Atmakarika is Vargatama in Virgo, just like Vinayak. Now, here we have another Venus Atmakarika. And interestingly, this Venus Atmakarika in the sign of Taurus, it's pretty, pretty late degrees pretty early degrees for an Atmakarika. Most of these planets are lower in their progression in their sign, which is interesting. Now, Venus here is at 22 degrees Taurus. That translates to being the 7th Navamsha from the beginning Navamsha. It's hard to explain, but Venus is in the Navamsha of Cancer. So we have here Cancer Swamsha. Cancer, therefore, is going to be a key part of the energy signature. We can see here that Mercury is definitely that Mercury is definitely going to be combust. Uranus and Neptune are retrograde, and Venus at Mercury is definitely combust. Mercury is combust, and it is being starved by the moon, kind of two ways. It's in the sign of Cancer, so that's a full starvation. And the moon is also probably in enough of an angle to be starving it as well. Let me see if that's correct. Oh, excuse me, I got the burps. Aspects, planetary, the moon. Yeah, the moon's hitting Mercury at 46 points. The moon's also hitting the sun at 46 points, which is nice. That means that the moon is delighting the sun. So Mercury is kind of getting doubly spanked there. Definitely, even though, you know, when Mercury is combusted by the sun, it's still technically delighted by the sun, but it's combusted and agitated, and there's going to show some agitation there in the Lajatadia Vashtas. So everything related to Mercury is going to take a bit of a hit there, including, of course, the rising sign. And that starvation from the moon, that's a key element of this thing, of this chart, is Mercury starved by the moon, because it's happening in the sign of Cancer, which is the Swamsha. So the moon, in all things related to Cancer, is a key element of this person's chart. Ah, you're a Jesta moon. How nice. You've got Jesta Nakshatra moon. So you own the universe just like I do. There can only be one Indra in these parts. I just did, I'm going to be putting out my Jesta Nakshatra video soon. It's a very early Jesta, so you're kind of right on the cusp, actually. Ernst's software is saying that your moon is in Jesta, but it's right on the cusp, so that's probably pretty tough to say exactly. Now, the Mercury being starved and combusted, starved by the moon, combusted by the sun, in the sign of Cancer, is, you know, Virgo being the rising sign. So the rising sign Lord is starved by the moon and combusted by the sun in the sign of Cancer, which is the Swamsha. Remember, the Swamsha comes when we look at the Atmakaraka, in this case it's Venus, and we look at where is Venus placed in the Navamsha chart. In this case, it's in the Navamsha of Cancer. So Cancer is secretly, deeply holding the flowering energy of the fruit of what we can expect from this Venus Atmakaraka. Cancer is holding that energy. So I almost really just want to start digging into that. Now, before I do, like, that's going to be a big part of this reading. Now I'm just checking other things. This kind of a nice, the sun has got some good yoga power. The sun is the only planet with any real strong yoga power. Mars kind of has the capacity for it too. The sun rules for Virgo. The sun rules the 12th house. It's with Mercury, so there's not much crazy yogas going on there. I'm looking around for, what do you call it, switches. Mutual house exchange. That's what I'm looking for right now. Doesn't look like we have much there. Jupiter is in Gemini in the 10th house. Venus is in its own sign. That's nice. Aha! Here's something interesting. We have the Rahu is in Libra. Ketu is in Aries. And Venus and Mars are together in Taurus. Interesting. Saturn is not doing too great in Shadbala. And Neither is Mars. Mars isn't really hurting on most of its things, though. Mars is technically doing okay, but Mars and Saturn are both not, they're the weakest planets, it would seem, in Shadbala. So they're the weakest Shadbala. Whoa. Wow. The moon is strongly lacking in Stanabala, and it's kind of not doing so great in Shadbala overall either. It's doing okay. It's just that it's at 100%, which means it could be better and it could be worse, but it's doing what it needs to do. But the moon is easily weakest Stanabala. Stanabala is like an energy, like, I like to talk about this, you know. Shadbala is a whole damn world in itself. Now, if we were to look at my astrology chart, when you talk to me, when you see me, like, the fact that I put so much energy, my biggest planet with Stanabala is Saturn. It's one of the anomalies in my chart. I have stupid amounts of Saturn in my chart. So I'm very meticulous, very matter of fact, very detail oriented. I'm always progressing on myself. I've got a lot of Vata energy. Saturn is my strongest Stanabala. And of course, Stanabala is an aspect of, it's an aspect of Shadbala. It's this one up here. And it has to do with several ways of calculating the Stanabala of a planet. You know, just for shits and giggles, what the heck. I'm going to keep Hope's chart here. I'm going to show you guys what I mean. We're looking at my chart right now. When I go into Shadbala, when you look at the very top, this is the Stanabala. And Jupiter is the only thing that's kind of lacking in Stanabala for me. But I've got a stupid amount of Saturn. It's like 329% of what's required for Stanabala to be effective. So my Saturn energy, like, I've got it. Like, it's it's very loud in my consciousness. Now, for Hope's highest Stanabala planet seems to be Jupiter and Saturn are basically kind of tied up there. So you've got good Saturn Stanabala as well, which is nice, especially because Saturn is kind of weak in your Shadbala overall. But you've got a very low moon Stanabala. What that kind of means is that when it comes to thinking about lunar energy, you don't like wear it. It's not an energy of yours. So moon being the weakest Stana does say something about the Cancer Swamsha. We're going to be looking at Cancer Swamsha in a moment. But right now, folks, this is just me kind of digging into what I can see happening in this chart. At least the moon is happy being in the 4th house. The moon's definitely got good Digbala happening there. Good Ayanabala too, and good Chesta. So the moon isn't technically doing that bad. Neither is its friend Venus. It's really only Mars and Saturn that are almost kind of looking questionable. Saturn doesn't have the best. Yeah, Saturn. Okay, yeah. Right. Saturn is in Leo, where it's not happy. It's in the 12th house, where it's not happy. It's very much starved by the sun, starved by an angle from the moon, and it's starved by the strong 4th house square from Mars. So yeah, this Saturn's getting spanked. For sure. Now what's going on with Capricorn? Nothing in Capricorn and Aquarius. Capricorn is the natural 5th house for Virgo. So Capricorn is important for Virgo, which means Saturn is important for Virgo. The 5th house and 6th house lord are falling into Leo in the 12th house. That could kind of show that there's probably going to be a real feeling of, you know, trying to deal with debt and trying to be creative with your energy. Like that's what Virgo does. Virgo, Saturn is funny because it rules two signs right next to each other. So Saturn will often have two, like in the case of Virgo, Virgo's kind of funny because the planet that rules the 5th house, which is a trine, it's a very important house. The planet that rules the 5th house also rules the sort of malefic 6th house. And in fact, Aquarius is even more of what we would call, it's the Mula Tricona of Saturn. So Aquarius is more rooted in what Saturn's all about. So Virgo's 5th lord is not as, it's more of a 6th lord than a 5th lord. So the 6th house energy of Virgo is very prominent for Virgo, and it makes sense because Virgo is the 6th sign. So Saturn is a key part of this. So the Virgo's capacity to do 6th house things, to deal with debt, to deal with its own personal energy field, it likes to do so in a creative way. That's why Virgos can be creative healers. They apply 5th house creativity to the 6th house management and dealing with meticulous, detailed, energetic things, investments, in what they put their energy into. Now we have here a Virgo whose 5th and 6th lord Saturn is falling into the 12th house of Leo, and it's kind of roughed up in the Lajatati Avashtas, and it doesn't have the best Shadbala either. So this shows for our friend Hope here that it is good for you to reckon with Saturn, to allow yourself to rest when you need to rest. Saturn being in the 12th house probably has a hard time resting. It probably feels like the only way for you to rest, you've got Saturn, the 6th lord, in the 12th house. So the house lord brings its energy to the house it's in, just like the house it's in affects that lord. Saturn being in the 12th house is going to affect Saturn. But Saturn is also the 6th lord. The 6th lord is the 6th house is one of the 12 necessary dimensions of human expression. How is this 6th house going to apply itself? By resting, in the realm of rest, in the realm of the 12th house. So the 6th lord is in the 12th house. It kind of shows that it's difficult. It's almost like you rest. You gain a 12th house sense of rest by being meticulously active with Saturn, the 5th and 6th lord. And Saturn here, being in the sign of Leo, is going to feel pressured. It's going to feel like it's not doing enough. It's going to feel like probably some self-esteem issues here with Hope. I don't know if that resonates with you, Hope, but this self-esteem, if you have any sense of self-esteem that can be difficult, it might be because you don't give yourself enough time to rest. You almost feel victimized by the need to continue doing these important things, the 5th and 6th lord, Saturn. Saturn is very important for Virgo. So it's almost like you have to burn yourself out in order to do these important skills of meticulous, busy energy that you like to do as a Virgo. Mars aspecting that Saturn is going to burn it out a little bit too. So these are all important things with relation to Saturn. It's worth, that's something to speak to in this chart, regardless of everything. Now Saturn and Mars together are sort of meticulously placed here. Mars rather. Mars isn't too bad. Oh, come on, give me a break. I'm looking for this. Mars is, like I said, in Shadbala, it's 6th, but it has the Digbala, it has Stanabala, it has Ayanabala, it doesn't have great Chestabala or Drigbala. Saturn and Mars both don't have great Chestabala. They're both a little too close to the sun to have the best power that they could. But I digress. Saturn and Mars are kind of these tamasic planets, which are supposed to protect us from incoming invaders. It's a firmness where I know what's good for me, and when something comes along and pushes you to do something, with Saturn and Mars weak, Saturn, Mars is kind of like defense, and then Saturn is like, you couldn't even switch it. Saturn's like defense, and Mars is like a goalie. Mars is really making sure. No, it'd be the other way. You'll have to excuse me, folks. Saturn is the goalie who's finally, when a puck gets in, Saturn has to deal with it. Mars can only protect us from disease, from energetic disturbances, so much. Once something gets through Mars's defenses, then Saturn is what allows us to, I've been hit with something. I have to slow some things down. I have to lean onto my resources, and I have to heal myself. Somebody with a good Saturn is considered Sasha. It's like a rabbit. And with Sasha, Saturn, the rabbit, a good rabbit, a smart rabbit, always has many holes dug that they can escape into, that they can disappear into. Saturn saves for a rainy day. Saturn makes sure that they've been building on things that they're taking care of their basic survival financially. They're making sure that, they're not going to take on some project that is going to endanger their basic capacity to live with secure means. So when Saturn, when Mars's defenses are breached and something makes it through that is energetically draining to a person, Saturn is there to say, something got through, we got sick, we have to heal. But if you don't have a good Saturn, you're probably going to be in a job that's exhausting, that you probably don't feel you deserve to rest. You probably don't feel like, when you decide to rest and take time off, it's like, okay, now what can I be busy with? It's almost like the only way that you know how to rest with Saturn, the 5th and 6th lord in the 12th house, is to stay busy. It's almost like there's a compulsive desire. Saturn would even feel there's a victimization, like, oh, fuck me, I deserve this, when it's in Leo, especially in the 12th house. Saturn probably here, as it grows up, it will do a lot of things for other people. We've got Saturn, the creative yoga lord, here in the 12th house, which is a very important house for Virgo. Remember what I said? Wherever Leo is in a rising sign is going to show a key part of the ego of that rising sign. Virgo's ego is in its 12th house. That's part of why it's such a servant energy in this way. Now, the Saturn here will occasionally do things out of like an obligation feeling, as like a cleansing your energy field by going on a pilgrimage or doing some kind of thing that clears your energy field a little bit, makes you feel better about yourself. But you'll probably only do those things out of obligation. It's not Saturn, the 6th lord, being here in Leo in the 12th. There's probably a victimization complex showing like I'm a piece of shit and I don't deserve to have things taken care of for me. In which case, it's good for you to recognize that since Mars and Saturn are placed in a way that could show a little bit of, it's easy for your defenses to be breached. It's good for you to take care of, saving for a rainy day, resting when you can. Try to find some way. Saturn is all about resting. That's Saturn's big whole thing. It's what does my body actually want? It's listening to the body. I know this because I got Saturn coming out of my ears in Stanabala, and so do you. You probably have a very strong sense of your body energy. But with Saturn placed the way it is in Leo, you're probably using your Saturn energy to stay busy, to stay meticulously busy. In which case here, it's good for you to practice learning to rest. Now, I've said a lot about this. I could go on forever about it. At this point, I'm feeling like there's more that we can be talking about. But The fact that Saturn and Mars are a little bit tough in the shadball in this chart, it shows that you've got to pay attention to your defenses and make sure you don't do anything that's going to allow yourself to get ultimately sick. Thankfully, Mars and Saturn do have good Vimshopak, as we can see here. Well, that's not really what I meant to do, but as we can see here, it's really the Sun and Moon and Mercury that don't have the strongest Vimshopak in this chart. So Mercury, Vimshopak is kind of the thing, it has to do with the Vargas, the dignities inside of the 16 Vargas. Mercury is a load-bearing wall in this chart, and so is the Moon. Mercury and the Moon. Cancer Swamsha, as we were kind of talking about. So let's start digging into what we're seeing going on here with this person. I hope that you're enjoying this, Hope. Now, we have here someone with Rahu and Pluto in the sign of Libra. That's very interesting. Tricky. You're in the Libra-Pluto generation, and you've got the nodes operating through it. Now, Pluto has its pole point. The opposite of Pluto is going to show a key part of Pluto coming into wholeness. In this case, the opposite of Pluto in Libra is Aries. So Pluto itself is more like the south node. So we've got two integration points that are kind of against each other. This Rahu is going to be bringing out the intensity of Pluto. And something that I've just realized as well, folks, is that we have here the chart of a person for whom the D60 Ketu is in the sign of Libra, and the D60 Rahu is in the sign of Aries. So the D60 chart is a very strong past life energy showing further indenturation into the Libra and Aries axis, even though it's switched from the birth chart. In the birth chart, we have Rahu in Libra. In the D60 chart, we have Ketu in Libra. In any case, the D60 and the birth chart nodes, both being on the same sign axis, shows that there's a deep enmeshment in that sign. And Pluto being there is going to bring even more of this. This is going to be a very Libra and Mars in this chart. Romance, especially it's interesting that Venus and Mars are together in the same sign and very close to each other. They're going to be entangled with each other. There's going to be times where when transits happen to Taurus, like 2 years ago, we had the North Node falling into Taurus. You're actually experiencing your nodal opposition right now. So, okay, let me finish what I was going to say here. 2 years ago, when the North Node eclipses were happening in May in Taurus, these eclipses would have brought out a lot of karma related to these very indentured Rahu Ketu lords. Rahu and Ketu rule Libra and Mars, or rather, Rahu and Ketu and Pluto and the D60 Rahu and Ketu are in Libra and Aries. So Mars and Venus are the carriers of those very important evolutionary arcs. So whenever a transit like 2 years ago happens, when there was a North Node eclipse in Taurus, that would have been, last year and probably the year before kind of thing. A lot of karma would have unfolded from this place. And it probably also would have affected your Uranus and Scorpio, which is opposite that spot. So let me know, Hope. Let me know if you found anything had happened to you around the time 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, where some karma unfolded related to Mars and Aries. Now, there's a lot to say there related to having the South Node in Aries in the 8th house. These are masculine signs. So, you know, I almost feel like, there's so many places I want to go here with this reading. Cold readings, they can be so fun and tricky. But I'm going to stick to the important stuff here. We have here a Virgo rising. So let's see, the rising is lunar. The rising sign Lord, Mercury, is in the sign of Cancer, which is lunar, a feminine sign. We have the Atmakarika Venus is falling in Taurus, which is an earth sign, that's a feminine sign. We have the Sun falling into Cancer, which is a feminine sign. And we have the Moon. So there's only two aspects of this person's chart that are masculine. The Moon is falling into a masculine sign, Sagittarius. And this is a daytime birth. The Sun is very much way above the horizon, close to the 10th house cusp. So this is the chart of somebody who's born during the day, and that's a masculine signature. But mostly, though, the rising sign Lord, Mercury, the Atmakarika Venus, and the Sun are all falling into earth and water signs, which is more of a feminine signature in this chart. 4 Moon, and then 2 Sun. So that shows a bit more of an interest and a capacity to the internal world of your subjective joy, the experience of being in love, the journey along the way is important to this person. Now, this journey along the way, especially, this journey along the way of life, it's not about the what of life for this person, it's about the how. It's about how it feels. It's about the experience, the sharing that you get to share with people, the love you get to share with people. Now, the evolutionary nodes and Pluto and the D60 evolutionary nodes are working through a masculine sign. So Hope is telling us you had a huge, oh, that's sweet. You had a huge electrical shock seeing a guy working in a local store 2 years ago. Intense lust, obsession, desire took you by storm. Energies are finally easing up now. So these things are going to happen. Let me see. You're the fire snake. I hate to age drop like this, but it is useful for our purposes. I'm turning 33. Someone 12 years older than me would be turning 45. Someone 2 years older than that would be turning 47. So you are probably 47 years old at this point, right? You just had your birthday when we were in the sign of Cancer. So you are right at the period in our evolutionary calendar of you're in the midlife crisis period. You're going through it right now. Okay, yeah, so the North Node by eclipse is transiting the sign of Aries. There's eclipses in Aries, and of course there's going to be an eclipse in October where your Pluto is and where your North Node is. So the eclipses in April and October are very important points of karmic retribution and exploration and experience. I don't know where exactly they're going to fall, but if they're anywhere actually, they've probably already happened closer to your actual nodes. I think that the south node right now is probably at about 11 degrees of Libra, which means in October, there's going to be a lunar eclipse around your Pluto specifically. It's in your second house. So right now you're dealing with the karma of this axis very strongly. You're really dealing with getting out of the way the karma related to your nodal axis. And it's probably pointed in the theme of Ketu. Because as we know, if we look down here, I got it I got to shift my thing so you guys can kind of see this here. When you look down here at the bottom right, we see that there's the midlife crisis area. We know that Uranus is in Taurus right now. It's opposite your natal Uranus in Scorpio. You're in your nodal opposition right now at about 45, 46, as we've seen. Really, for you, it says 47. The nodal opposition where the North Node is transiting in Aries. And that's opposite to its natal point, which means the North Node eclipses that happen every year. It's like a karmic suck hole. It's a karmic tar pit where the event of the eclipse is sucking a bunch of things relative to it into that point. And that energy carries all year, really. Now, Ketu is maturing at 48. So you're 47 right now. This whole year leading up to Ketu's maturation is going to be relevant to your whole life's experience of what Ketu has been all about. And at this point, it's probably worth us talking a bit about Ketu in Aries in the 8th house. Now, your Mars and Venus are pretty okay. You know, as we've said, your Mars has a little bit of weakness in Shadbala, but it's still 110%. It's still doing what it needs to do. Venus seems to be okay. Outside of its Digbala, Venus is generally pretty okay in Shadbala. It's in its own sign of Taurus. It prefers to be down here in Digbala. It prefers to be down at the bottom of the chart. Thankfully, Venus and the Moon are partners in Shadbala. And in this case, in this chart, Venus and the Moon are, you know, like this is how it works. When it comes to these partnerships in Shadbala, the Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter are together. They're inspiration. Venus and the Moon are together. They kind of represent like emotional tenacity. And then Mars and Saturn are together. And whenever there's, like, let's say, for example, we're looking at Digbala. The Moon and Venus both like to be close to the bottom of the chart because that is an emotional water that allows us to experience the joy of who we are naturally without trying. Now, Venus is up here at the top of the chart. Venus prefers to be at the bottom. That's where it gets Digbala. But Venus's partner, the Moon, is right down there at the bottom. So the Moon is going to compensate for Venus's lack of Digbala. So that's just a cool little example of how Shadbala kind of works. But still, this Venus is a very fucking loaded deck in terms of what it holds in Libra. And of course, it's got, you know, Venus, Chiron, and Mars in the sign of Taurus as well. So Taurus is very important, and the fact that Venus is there. It's very interesting. So Libra is carrying much energy. But of course, let's start with Aries. Here in this chart, I'm gonna talk about how in past lives and in this present life, in your childhood, you've probably always felt like an Aries person, kind of reaching into the world of Libra. But it's tricky for you because in the D60 chart, there's you've got them the opposite. So in the past life chart, you probably have always felt like a Libra. It's just in this short string of lives that you've actually been recently being more of an Aries. So there's a double integration of past life energy of Aries and Libra happening here, where you probably don't feel fully comfortable in either of them, with regard to either of them. So Pluto being here in Libra makes it interesting too, but I digress. We have someone who has the South Node here in Aries. Even just something like the South Node in Aries is something kind of worth speaking to. Am I missing my other book? I'm missing an important book. I've got it upstairs. I was planning on reading a little bit about Ketu and Aries. You know, fuck it. I'm just going to exercise my capacity to just talk about Ketu in Aries in general. Ketu in Aries is somebody who has spent the early parts of their life being someone very stuck in their own personal idea of how to do things. It's likely that your parents, when you were younger, might have pushed you, Hope. You know, this is an interesting thing for someone who's got so many feminine signs. Your parents might have pushed you to be this Aries quality of person where you're probably used to doing things on your own. And it's probably a frustrating and annoying thing to deal with sharing the responsibility of doing something with someone. Something as simple as like literally, these are happening in the 2nd and 8th house. So it's like getting a house together with other people through your own force and power of what you wield. You know, as a Virgo rising, you might be Virgo rising with the South Node in Aries in the 8th house. You might be someone who is a Virgo who puts a lot of time and effort into energy to making yourself a valuable person with valuable things that you can use as to hold power and sway when you are getting close to a person in marriage and in partnership. You have probably many skills that you apply through your own force that you use to make yourself valuable. You know, so the Aries part is like, I have all these skills that I've gained. That is my thing that I do. I can only do them by myself, by rolling my shoulders back and just putting in a lot of effort. This is happening in the 8th house, which means you're probably using this Aries ability to roll your sleeves up and get a lot of work done. Part of the intention for that is to be valuable to a potential partner whom there's a lot of energy going towards you shacking up with a person who also has equal value to share with you, so the two of you can kind of be like a power couple. You know, we just did another, our last video, our last person, Vinayak, also had the it was actually Rahu that was in the 8th house, so it switched. But I digress. Same house axis. So now you've been used to building yourself up as a person who has these skills that can be appreciated and regarded as powerful and valuable and useful to others. Now, as time is going on in your life, you are going to, ever since 36, you started switching on Rahu, which it has Pluto here, which is, the desire to develop your own resources through the 2nd house by actually working in harmony with people through Libra, by actually communicating, by trusting, and by working together with people. Now, this is a masculine axis, so a very important part of this is being seen and being respected and appreciated for the work that you do in combination with other people. The Libra energy with that Pluto there is probably Plutonian. There's probably a desire to essentially, the masculine side of Mars and Venus is Libra and Aries. The feminine side of Mars and Venus is Taurus and Scorpio. And that's more about the emotional dynamics, the psychological sharing with each other, which there's some part of this is important to you because you've got Venus and Mars in Taurus. But the essential root energy that is leading towards the Taurus sign is Aries and Libra, which is the masculine side of Venus and Mars. Libra here wants to feel like they're striking a deal with their partner that's good with both of them. Now, it's probably hard for you to advocate for making space for another person to make their contributions in a relationship, because your energy is so focused on Aries and the South Node there. It's interesting because your D60 South Node is in Libra, so it's probably a bit of both of these. There's probably a mutual eating each other where, you want to make space for other people through Libra. And you probably unconsciously do at some level, but the way that you do it is not actually all that wise. It's like you do make room for people, but it doesn't serve yourself. So at some level, there's going to need over time, as your nodes mature, especially right now, you're in your 40s. We know that you are in this critical, this Uranus opposition. The nodal opposition is happening right this second, and Rahu matured at 43. Ever since Rahu and Ketu really came online when you were 36, your life probably shifted. And you started moving towards the maturation of these nodes. So I'd almost like to ask you, Hope, if you could share with us, if you feel like it. Around 36 and into your 40s, have you been coming into this experience of dealing with what relationships mean to you and how relationships are helping you progress in your own action? I hope I'm saying this clear. Have you come into the Aries and Libra axis, which would mean sharing, discussing building a life with somebody, discussing, I'd like to know if you're married, Hope, if you feel like sharing that. And has your marriage been a platform for you to work out energies with another person, to allow you to, on the 2nd and 8th house axis, are you in a part of any kind of marriage or any relationship with anybody that serves your desire to work things out with people and to shine as yourself through that Aries energy, but also to be respected for sharing your life, your personal projection of your life path with another person? Has your merging with other people caused you to change your direction in life, to change what you want to do with your 2nd house? After 36, you would have come out of the Ketu obsession of Aries, of what you can contribute to people, and you probably started feeling like you can bring people into your life, live with them, do business with them in a way that makes your life easier, more fun, and more interesting. Although with Libra there, it would be painful. It'd be painful to come into this consciousness. There might have been, it's possible, when you were young, your parents might have expressed some disagreements with each other. It might have been hard because Libra, Pluto in Libra is the balancing of the scales of the father, the mother, the masculine, and the feminine. And it might have been difficult for your parents to have found equilibrium with each other, and this might have been something that affected you. So motherhood initiated you, divorced soon thereafter. So when did you have your child, Hope? If I'm reading you correctly, obviously motherhood was something that came to you. You've been alone for the past 7 years and now calling in true union. Good. I think that is a good, healthy prospect for you. As a woman, and being a woman for whom you have the rising sign Lord, the Atmakaraka, and the sun are all falling into feminine signs. Relationships are going to be important to you. 33 and 55. 33 and 35 is when you had children. So you had children at 33 and 35, just before coming into the age of 36. So motherhood, that's an interesting one because you're Cancer Swamsha. The 5th Lord is in the 12th house, so it's possible part of the intention with children is to have something that would give you this spiritual sense of purpose and it's possible that you've been emotionally guilt-ridden or that you feel like you haven't been spiritual enough. And by having kids, you have the opportunity to work out some of that energy, even though it's probably exhausting. Your children are the 5th and 6th house lord in the 12th house. Having children, taking care of them, meticulously dealing with them, and the need to also deal with financial resources, debt, your own personal debt, your own personal job. This is, through your children, this is probably draining, but it's also giving you it's a retribution probably for emotional guilt complexes that you might have experienced when you were younger, possibly through your parents getting divorced or something of that sort. You know, with this heavy energy on the Libra and Aries axis. Seeing the example of your parents or even yourself always finding it difficult to blend gender energy and share and feel valuable to people. Ultimately, there's the intention is a redemption of those things through children. And that has a positivity that can do that work. But it might be good for you to look within yourself and recognize any compensation complexes that might be happening to you, Hope. Where, you know, your children being this way for you, exercising any demons of guilt or childhood trauma complexes from your parents not loving each other or feeling like they don't love you enough. Your children can act as an arbiter for that. And it can help work out your 12th house emotions. But it's very likely that your children, as time goes on, are going to remind you of the fact that your Saturn is overcompensating in how you might feel like a victim. That's what I'm reading from this chart, is that there's some kind of victimization might have happened through Saturn to make you feel kind of like a piece of shit. And now I deserve to be a servant to something good, something better than me, and at least I will have served that thing. Which has some beauty and tension there, but ultimately, my dear Virgo friend, you ought to consider that all flowers, all animals, all energy is always going to be strongest when it's not coming from an internal compensation complex that's due to undue trauma. And you can probably look within yourself, see if there's any trauma inside of yourself that is adding that 12th house, like, I need to do this because I'm such a piece of shit and I'm going to do this for my kids and I deserve it and this is all I can do. This is all I can do to assuage this 12th house emotional guilt of not being good enough. And you're doing it, and if that's the thing you got to hold on to for dear life in order to assuage this 12th house energy, you know, you got to listen to your heart, and that might be a part of your heart experience. But me being the Saturn person that I am, Saturn ruling Capricorn, which is this planet, it's the cardinal Earth. Earth being a feminine sign, a feminine thing. Capricorn is about what do you need to objectively, you know, snap out of your emotional guilt complexes in order to see how they might not be serving you. Because ultimately, having your children as a way to work out emotional guilt complexes is healthy up to a point. It can be okay. That's part of who you are. And you can consciously do it. But don't lose a whole extra amount of your energy. You know, try to see that victimization complex at some level is coming from something in your past that might be undue. It might be unnecessary. It might be a little bit overly swollen. And it might be stopping you from living the fullest capacity that you can as a confident woman who has valuable things to share, who has valuable skills. We're sure with this South Node in Aries, you have valuable skills to contribute. You're probably a beautiful person who has the capacity to be loved for what you are without even trying. And you should keep in mind any victimization complexes that might stop you from, when you're working with a lover, it's like, okay, I'm a piece of shit, but look at the skills I have. Look at the loyalty I have, the capacity to contribute. Look at the psychological intelligence that I have with Venus and Mars. As a woman, being a woman with 4 feminine arcs out of 6, you have the capacity to understand your partner and all of these things. Even though I feel like a piece of shit, I've got all these things that I can do. This will, that kind of mentality will attract a partner who enjoys all that you have to offer, but you are still going to attract someone based on the fact that I'm a piece of shit, and this person might not be fully good for me, but I'm good for them. I have much to contribute to them. And Libra in you, with Pluto there, it's probably teaching you the hard way to recognize that men don't necessarily want someone to be their servant. Men and women, partners in general, because you said you're bisexual. No partner wants somebody. This is something I often do in sessions with people. Imagine you're a woman, but you're bisexual, so this goes both ways. Let's say for the sake of it, we're going to go with the example of a man, okay? A man is sitting here, a man or a woman, what the heck, non-binary person, is sitting here, sitting on a chair, and there are 2 partners who want to come to this person. One partner is on the ground, grabbing their leg and saying, "Please don't leave me. Please, I have so many skills. I have so many skills I can give you. I have so much loyalty. I have so much love to give. Please don't leave me. I'm a piece of shit, but watch what I can do for you. Don't worry. If you stick with me, I'm going to give you so much." Now, you say you're spot on describing the first marriage. Now, the person sitting here folding their arms and looking at this sad, desperate person, grabbing at their legs, saying, "Please, please don't leave me." Now, beside this person who's just grabbing their leg, you have another person who has their arms folded and says, "Oh, hey, I see that you have these qualities. I have these qualities. We look like we could share with each other, But if you are going to go out with me, these are the needs that I have." This other person, not the person who's begging, but the person who knows their value. They're a valuable person too. I have my value to share, and if we can meet each other in the middle, we can get our mutual needs met, then we can spark the heart-throbbing love that we share, because you can share a heart-throbbing love with both of these people. But objectively speaking, what is better for you? What is better for the universe? It's when both of these people have recognized that they're valuable and they can share their valuable energy with this other person who's also valuable, who's worthy of them. Now, this person with their arms folded, what do you think a mature person is going to go for? Because both, in my opinion, love, being Venus and Virgo like I am, you can literally fall in love with anybody. That's how Venus really is. Venus is exalted in Pisces. It can fall in love with the ocean. It can fall in love with anybody. But Venus is ultimately best served through Mercury, through discerning, through playing, through trying things on, and through Saturn, knowing what my limits are, knowing what's ultimately going to carry me the farthest. Love best operates in a sense of true value. Now, with the Saturn that you have, Hope, there are significations for Saturn being a little bit tricky. It's really kind of starved and really agitated in the place that it's in, agitated by Mars. So this is a Saturn that might feel like it's hard for me to keep my shit together. I can say all I want that I have these things. that I can share with the person, but I don't know if I could keep up with it. It's like, it's already intense enough that you've got Pluto and Rahu in Libra, where the breaking of a deal with a person, it's like, I've got my value, you've got yours. Let's make a deal with each other. Let's balance the scales of energy through our concordance together. The Saturn in you almost might feel like, can I show up for the deal I'm making with this person? But I encourage you to consider that you should just show up, and you'll find out that your Saturn it's not that bad that it can't do what it has to do. It's got a lot of starvation on it. What you might find is that there might be times in your life where, because Saturn is starved by the sun, by the moon, and by Mars, basically by all its enemies, there's going to be times in life when you say, oh my God, my bucket's empty. I can't actually serve my partner right now. I promised them that I would be Libra and I would balance the scales with my values that I have to bring to them, but my Saturn right now needs help. And you know that there are moments in your life where you just have to throw your hands up because of your Saturn and say, I've milked myself too far, I've lost all my energy, I'm tired, I can't do what I thought I was going to be able to do in this relationship. You have to recognize that we don't fall in love with each other because of what we can do for each other. We fall in love with each other because the soul feels the sublime honey of the spark of itself inside the other person. And if you find a partner, you do the whole dance of Libra. You say, I could do this for you, you could do this for me. You uphold your value, knowing that you're truly worthy. You'll go out with this person. You'll start connecting to each other. You'll start bonding together. You'll start living together, start investing with each other. And this person is going to find, this is a person with a little bit of a difficult Saturn. So this person you need help once in a while. A weak, afflicted Saturn sometimes has to say, not just that you need help, but that you need time for rest. You need to advocate for your own rest. And you need a partner who's going to anticipate that. And I think that you can find such a partner, where once they're in love with you, once you've shared time and energy with each other, they're not going to care that you're not 100% on the ball all the time. Why would they? They love you. They truly love you, not for what you do for them, but it's the way that you hold your coffee. It's the way that you laugh at the same things that they laugh at. It's the way that you're sharing a life together built towards the same purpose. You've got a little bit of a tricky Jupiter here by being in the sign of Gemini, but it's in the 10th house, so that would force you at some level. Jupiter rules your 4th house and your 7th house. It's being a little bit starved by Mercury here, but ultimately this Jupiter is also being delighted, especially by the moon. The moon is opposite that Jupiter. It's a very good thing. So that Jupiter is also kind of giving its benefic aspect to the moon as well, which says something positive. So in relationships, that Jupiter might be a bit tricky in how it finds values that it shares with its partner, because Jupiter in Gemini can always change and transmute and find different values that it sees as the most important. But that's part of the, if you look at my Jupiter and Gemini video, you'll kind of learn about how Jupiter is a bit starved by Mercury there. But this is still a Jupiter by Shadbala. Jupiter is actually your strongest planet in Shadbala. And it's really technically tied with Saturn, but really it's your strongest Sthana Bala as well. So you got lots of Jupiter energy. Jupiter being your strongest Shadbala is going to really bring out talent and strength with regard to the houses that it rules, which is the 4th house and the 7th house. So that's nice. So you have the capacity to know what you need to do in order to, you have the Jupiter as a woman that allows you to attract a partner who's living for the same purpose as you are. And that's a very good thing. So again, ultimately, by doing so, you're going to connect with a person who shares your values and what you're looking to build on in life. At which point, you are building on the same thing with a person who sees the spark of themselves in you. So now when your Saturn flounders once in a while, you're not able to show up for this mutual thing where you're doing with that person. Again, they're going to love you for the love, not for the results of the love. If you pay attention and if you do it right and if you advocate for yourself, right? So this is an important thing to think about there. Now I want to say you are Cancer Swamsha. I'm going to quickly do my own self a favor. Cancer Swamsha. Now, can you guys see me here? Yep. No, this isn't necessarily the one I'm looking for. This is the one. Nicole Brenny does a good one. When the Atmakaraka is in Cancer in the Navamsha, one is said to be Cancer Swamsha. Cancer Swamsha is a native who is developing in the emotional and feeling side of life. They'll often live in foreign lands or travel abroad at least once in their life. We have here someone born in Korea who's now living in Berkeley, California. They may have issues with freezing up or being frigid in a sense in life. There's a need to develop healthy emotional states. Cancer, ruled by the moon, is the most adaptable planet. So these natives must follow suit and learn to be adaptable in life, which is also why they end up living abroad. Gives them a completely different way of looking at life. So there's a need for Cancer to be adaptable and to assimilate, and ultimately to find that assimilation. You know, you're also Sagittarius moon, interestingly. So that Sagittarius moon has a bit more of that moon in Sagittarius cultural exploring energy. And this is going to be probably, you also have the moon in conjunct Neptune in the 4th house. There's a real mystical bent to relationships here. Cancer rising and, Cancer Swamsha, and Cancer's lord, the moon, is with Neptune. It's a real deep desire, a soul feeling like you can fall in love with anybody and you'll fall in love with them very deeply, serving them very deeply as they attract the space for who you truly are. Moon in the 4th house, strong dig baller there. So real strong capacity for you to operate at an emotional wavelength that feels healthiest and most natural for you. And your partner will bring out Neptunian qualities of depth there, which is very important and very beautiful. So you had a lust vortex that started 2 years ago, and you have this soul lust for this person in your life who has kind of been on the end of that lusty connection you had with that person. Now, something that needs to be said is that Cancer Swamsha, it's Venus Atmakaraka, which is already also a relationship-oriented planet. In fact, I should have even realized that your Atmakaraka rules Libra. Wow. So this relationship dimension of your experience is very important. Although it's interesting that the nodes in Pluto are happening in masculine signs, which means it's not just about the experience of having the bliss that I have the right partner. If the nodes are in feminine signs, then the goal is to walk hand in hand with the exact right person and dealing with the imperfections of them never being fully perfect, but also appreciating that they are, in fact, exactly perfect. A person with the nodes in earth and water signs can just walk with their partner. They do their life, they live it all, but then it's all about unfolding the enjoyment that I have with this person, the sharing of our soul, knowing that we are spending our God-given precious energy, combining our energy together. For you, with the nodes in a fire and air sign, you've got all this relationship stuff, Cancer, Swamsha, you're a feminine-oriented person. Venus, the Atmakaraka, which is already a relationship planet, it falls in a feminine sign of Taurus. But with this strong emphasis of Libra especially, but just Libra and Aries as masculine signs, it's a kind of about what your relationship allows you to do. And it's about your action that is seen in the world. It's not the feeling of your relationship, that's earth and water. It's the action that you are allowed to pursue through the doors that your relationship opens, through the connections that you make through it, and through people seeing you and your partner working together in harmony, the glory that is created and radiated out to the world through that, extraneous, external. Guys have the genitals that go outwards, women have the genitals that come inwards. So when you have the nodes on a male axis of air and fire, it's about the energy that pours out that the world can see. It's masculine. So one thing to say before we go anywhere else and call it quits on this particular reading, is to recognize that the moon is starving Mercury here, and Mercury is the 1st and 10th lord, falling into the 11th house. The 11th house can be a tricky space to have any kind of affliction. Cancer being the Swamsha, it's connecting and adapting and feeling like your soul has found the right spot. Because the soul is this very particular thing, and it needs to make itself fit wherever it is in life. It needs to adapt in the right way, to take the resources. Again, we gave the example of a painter. A painter is never, their painting is never going to perfectly be the image they have in their head. But if you have faith in it, you develop on it, it's going to be the closest it can possibly get. If you have faith and develop on it, allow yourself to fail, just keep digging into the reality that you're seeking to manifest. Eventually, your capacity to paint what you see in your head is going to be better than anybody who hasn't been practicing it. In the same way, your relationships, you want to develop and work out your relationships, get them, and this seems to be a part of your experience. You also want to make sure that you never depend too much on relationships. That's something that can happen to all of us. In this case, relationships are something important to you, I think. And so we have the 1st and 10th lord starved and combust in the 11th house. The first house is the Mula Tricona. So really, there's an identity that you have with Mercury in this 11th house. It's worth us kind of doing a quick little peek here. So the following reading comes from a book written in cohesion with my teacher and his teacher. This comes from The Art and Science of Vedic Astrology, Volume 2. It's Ryan Kirkzak and his teacher Richard Fish. What they do in here is they go through what's called the 120, all the possible combinations of Bhava yogas. So what we have is the first lord, Mercury, is in the 11th house. Now there's always negative and positive that you can read in each one. In this case, this isn't to say that Mercury is all terribly twisted up, but for the sake of what we're talking about here, we're talking about the afflictions that Mercury has by being combust the sun and starved by the moon, its enemy, in the 11th house. Okay, so the Lagna Lord, the rising sign Lord, is in the house of gain. One will be possessed of profit, have an amiable disposition, and famous, maintaining many spouses united with virtue. That's the old version of this yoga, as Parashara gives it. And of course, we can't always take it by what is said there. That goes to show the ideal situation for the first lord in the 11th house. Now, something that we hear when this goes negatively is that there are struggles to fulfill dreams. It's likely that this whole relationship thing, especially this is falling in Cancer, which is going to have a lot to do with our emotional adaptation procedure. It's possible that since you are very young, anything that happens in Cancer There's going to be deep programming that happens to us at the earliest ages, that, especially with Mercury too. These are the early childhood planets, as I've talked about, right? When we look here, the early childhood planets are the first 12 years. So Mercury being afflicted in the sign of Cancer by the moon, it kind of shows that when you were very young, something might have happened related to your capacity to play, to do things for yourself, where you were probably given, well, whatever might have happened when you were younger has came to the point of you Mercury in the 11th house, the rising sign lord in the 11th house, identifies with fulfilling its dreams. This person might follow unattainable or unrealistic dreams. There's a disappointment with your capacity to achieve, a poor understanding of finances, a feeling of being held back from achieving your goals. You might cause friction in social circles for reasons, and you might have difficulty relating to groups. And this is, of course, the rising sign lord in the 11th house wants to do these things, but finds it difficult and awkward. And part of the reason that you experience this awkwardness might be Virgo is an earthy sign, so it's through relationships, especially being in also a feminine sign, Cancer. It might be through the experience of relationships, of adapting emotionally with people, that you find difficulty in Mercury gaining the capacity to be objective, to find its joy, to find what it likes to do, to play. Mercury is also all about playing, especially for Virgo rising. It's about finding playfully what fits me, the ideological group that fits me. And even in relationships, you might get attached to a person who is aligned with an ideological group that you think is right for you. Or you might be in a relationship with someone, and the relationship causes, the person, because Mercury is operating through Cancer and starved by the moon, you might have emotions that say, I need to connect with this person, no matter what. Like possibly in your first marriage, you felt the need to connect with this person, and they didn't actually serve the group, the social group that you wanted to be a part of. They didn't serve the dreams that you wanted to fulfill. Now, to be honest with you, I think it's possible that you might always kind of feel like your partner does not necessarily serve, or rather you have an emotional disposition to a partner that comes from you, not the partner, that causes your moon is starving your Mercury. So your relationship to your emotions, your desire through the possibility, again, of self-esteem, etc., of doing what you have to do to connect with a partner, might cause you to be with a partner, and your Mercury, you need to learn to use your voice. So you can communicate with your partner and say, I love you, I love being here for you, but I have my personal goals that I've set out for myself in my life that I want to achieve. When you come into the Sun period at the age of 50, which is you're knocking on that door. Once you're in 50, you're going to be in the Sun period, and the Sun combusting Mercury in this sign of Cancer is going to be, you're going to feel like your relationships, your communication in relationships, because this is going to be a period where you want to do what you've always wanted to do with your life. So if you're in a relationship with someone and, you're ooey gooey kissy with this person because you have such a soul desire to connect with somebody, and this Cancer swamsha energy in you wants to feel the feeling of merging as one with this person, and it's so good when it's good, but there's going to come a point where you realize that you're almost narcotically addicted to the ooey gooey feelings of that connection, possibly because there's emotional traumas that you could work out in yourself and mitigate through contemplation and reflection, so that when you do talk with this person, you can say to them and manage your time. Mercury, Virgo, manage your time properly so you spend time doing what you want to do with your sun energy in the sun dasha period. And then also managing your time effectively so that you do spend some time in Cancer and having the enjoyment of sharing your energy and time with this person. Mercury likes to be playful about the things that it spends its time on. So this could be going out on dates or doing things that you find enjoyable with your partner. Because Mercury is starved by the moon in Cancer, you might say, oh, but there's lots of things that I could enjoy, but I want to spoil my hubby. Or my lover, my girlfriend, you're bisexual, whatever you end up attracting. I want to spoil this person by doing everything that they want to do. And what happens as time goes on, you do everything that they want to do, and 7 years into the relationship, you look back and say, this person has made me neglect what I want to do. There's lots of things that I want to do, but it seems like this person isn't letting me do it. Well, it's not that they're not letting you. You could have done it from the beginning, but your emotional volatility might have caused you to neglect communicating, Mercury, your own identity, your own life goals, in order to cater to the ooey gooey kissy kissy, I love you so much. And then you look back with regret, feeling like it's this person made me do this. But in reality, it was you not communicating through Mercury effectively. Saying from the beginning, this is what I want in this relationship. Can we meet each other in the middle? And it's always going to be painful to do that, but as a Virgo rising, and that Mercury affliction is happening in the sign of Cancer, it's important for Cancer. It's important for your Cancer swamsha. It's important for this key aspect of your personality, which is having an enjoyable relationship, to do the hard thing and communicate with your Mercury effectively. The sooner that you get on that, the sooner and more maturely you can deal with relationships and communicate in this way. It's likely that the sooner you'll be getting more bliss out of your life overall. And as time goes on in this period, using, your Ketu is maturing. This is ultimately going to give you, at 48 years old, as we can see in our evolutionary calendar, a sense of Ketu maturing, a sense of what you are wanting to do with Ketu. Now you're 47, and as we know, right now, the North Node is in Aries, where your Ketu is. Next year, the North Node is going to be in Pisces, and then after that, it's going to be in Aries, and that's going to be what we call Quadrant C. Quadrant C is when the North Node eclipse is happening. Come on. The North Node eclipse is happening, where it's leaving. Right now, you're at the square, where the North Node is in Ketu, your natal Ketu. Next year, it's going to be in Pisces, and then it's going to be in Aquarius. Eventually, there's going to be another square that's going to be around 49, 50 years old. Then the North Node's going to be moving towards your North Node in Libra, in your second house, which is probably going to deal with you, with whatever partner you've got, with whatever friends you've got, whatever lovers you've got, with whatever family you've got. You're going to deal with your capacity to use your family and your friends and your personal resources in order to develop into some kind of greatness, some kind of financial stability in the second house. And it's going to be joyfully shared through your value and yourself, shared amongst other people, possibly a partner. This is all a part of the Ketu in Aries ultimately developing its capacity to do its skills. Ketu in Aries wants to lead, wants to be regarded and respected for what it is and what it does. Good. I'm glad that you can see what I mean in terms of communicating your needs clearly in relationships. Very important for you. So as you come on in age, as you turn 50, you're going to come into Rahu land for a long time. At 48 to 50, this is where Ketu matures. And here, whatever changes you expected from the evolutionary nodes are now set in stone. Whatever has been transpiring for you with regards to the nodes, with relationships, with your energy and your personal, remember, your nodal axis is involving Aries, which is no matter what, with the South Node in Aries and the D60 Rahu in Aries and the Pluto's integration point is in Aries. It's a lot of energy pointed towards what am I doing with my energy, with my originality, with my creativity, with my ability to initiate things. This is what's being mastered through Ketu. And of course, anyone with Ketu in Aries is going to find that it's the other people that I'm in relationship that fuck up my ability to do what I want to do. But of course, Libra is the mirror of Aries. You can't fully master Aries if you haven't fully mastered Libra. If you haven't mastered how you are in relationship with other people in the world. And there's a deep bent up point regarding mastering your own Ketu of what you can do through your energy when you are alone doing your thing. That's an important part of this energy, but it's going to feel meaningless, like a suckhole abyss, if you don't have people in your life to share it. And if you don't have people close to you to ultimately build on what you build. You're going to build things through business, 8th house, dealing with other people. But if you don't have a ground of your own 2nd house, of your close loved ones, whom you're sharing the spoils of your Aries energy with, it's not going to mean anything. And that's what this nodal maturing process is probably trying to teach you right now. And it's probably been taking a lot of your energy. At 49, in a couple of years, there's going to be a Saturn square, and the North Node, so the Saturn is going to be square to itself, which means at that point, Saturn is probably going to be in Taurus, which is going to be interesting for you. It's going to be square to your natal Saturn, and when Saturn comes into Taurus in 2028, that's going to be grounding these Ketu and Rahu lords at that point. Probably going to be an important point. When you're about 3 years, it's going to be about 50-51 that you're experiencing that at that point. And at that point, the North Node is going to complete quadrant D. It's going to be complete quadrant C and enter quadrant D around 51. And that's going to be an important time of working out Rahu energy after Ketu has matured. Right? And this is part of what I'm trying to define in this evolutionary script. The Sun energy period is going to begin at 50. The Sun is a malefic. It's not easy, but if you've lived by your inherent nature, it should be a satisfying and worthwhile challenge. Your Sun is posited pretty okay, so the Sun period shouldn't be too bad for you. If anything, the Sun period in this chart, if I'm not mistaken, checking out a shod ball, yeah, your Sun's nice and strong, but so is your Jupiter. Your Jupiter, yeah, they're both pretty close. They're both pretty strong. The Sun has a little bit of help from Mercury here. I'd say ultimately the Sun period is probably going to be an enjoyable one for you. Although you will feel the fact that the Sun is combusting Mercury, which means you're going to feel that it's frustrating to deal with relationships again, to communicate and manage your time without getting agitated. When you get into your 50s, you're going to be trying to be busy doing the Sun thing, which is, the Sun is exalted in Aries, and that's where your Ketu is. So doing your own thing, making your own contributions in the world, and sharing that joy with close loved ones. As we know, you do have a lot of feminine energy in your chart. Sharing that glory with your loved ones is good. But ultimately, in the Sun period, the Sun is in Cancer too. So in the Sun period, the Sun is in your Cancer Swamsha. It is going to be important for you to do your own thing and share that energy with your loved ones. And one of the main key things that's going to burr that and frustrate that is agitation in management of your time and communicating the management of your time. So look forward to that when in about 3-4 years, when you are managing your time with your loved ones versus managing your time that you take on to do your own career prospects. Any agitation that you feel is going to frustrate this time So learning communication techniques through Mercury, learning how to communicate even when it feels frustrating. Like, your lover leaves their crumbs on the ground or on the counter, and if that frustrates you, you have to learn to use your Mercury and say, it's when your head goes, oh, that's not a big deal. It frustrates me, but I love them so much. I don't know if I'm even worthy of them, so I'm not going to bother them with it. And as time goes on, 4 years down the road, it's like, would you stop leaving your crumbs all over the counter? And the person's like, honey, why didn't you ever tell me that? This tension's been building up for no reason. You have to speak to it in the moment. This is what Mercury kind of needs to do, especially with the sun. Even when it feels agitating, you have to learn to experience and move through that agitation. And any counseling that you can do for yourself or books you can read in relation to relationship communication, but just communication on the whole, is going to serve you well. So this has been quite a reading. I hope that I always have a harder time talking about the nodes in air and fire signs because I have the nodes. I'm a Venus Atmakarika. It's much easier for me to talk to relationships. As your Venus Atmakarika, relationships, your Atmakarika falls in an earth sign. This relationship theme is important to you. And the joy that you experience by sharing your emotions with other people is important. That's why it's good to see if you have any complexes, anything that you can work through with a therapist that will help you to see what's blocking you in your authentic emotional expression in life, with yourself and in partnerships. If you have anything like that, you might not even know that you do. So for a chart like this, where there are some significations, especially through Saturn, through the intense Pluto and Rahu in Libra, and the Mercury sort of being starved in the way it is by the moon and combust by the sun, how your communication and your true free emotional freedom and authentic expression of the joy that you truly seek in life, if that is blocked in any way, now's the time while your nodes are maturing. You've still got a window, even for this next year. Go to either an astrologer or some kind of psychoanalyst who can show you and reflect for you things that might have happened when you were young that would be stopping you from being the fullest authentic emotional expression that you can. Now's a great time to do it while this window's open, while the nodes are happening in this axis, while there's going to be eclipses happening in October. It's going to probably be painful to talk with a therapist about things in your brain that block your expression and healthy expression, your healthy validity, your self-esteem. A therapist is going to talk with you about it, and they're going to hit you with Pluto energy. Of course, the Pluto energy isn't coming from them. It's coming from you. Because Pluto is here in this zone. So go through it right now. It's a great time to do it. Because as you leave the Ketu maturation period, things are going to be settled, basically. You're already almost settled through this. But take your time while you've got it. Go through this experience with Saturn maturation, especially even before Saturn reaches Aries, because that's going to be a tricky time for all of us in 2026. So enjoy this while you can. Explore yourself fully through the help of a therapist. And, as you come into the Sun Dasha and the Sun period, you're going to have the reflection of another person's set of eyes on possible emotional habits that are stopping you from your authentic emotional expression. I think now's a good time for you to do it. How lovely. What a surprise on this auspicious day to receive this reading. Thank you for your insights and deep caring. Thank you, Hope. I'm glad to hear that hit in the way that I would have hoped. So this has been a deep reading. It's how long have we been going here? I feel like we've been going at it for a while. For some reason, my software says I've only been at it for an hour and a half. It might have skipped at some point. But we've been here for 4 hours. So as usual, sometimes that'll happen. I love doing these, I love doing these cold readings. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed them. Thank you to Vinayak, I believe was the name, Vinayak, and as well as thank you to Hope for being our guinea pigs today in this session. Hope, I hope that worked out well for you. I hope that this was a good reading. Now, for everybody watching and everybody who might be watching home now or later, again, I always throw these in, but, it's good enough for me that you folks have been hanging out with me here and doing this astrology with me. But I throw my donation link in there in case anybody should ever feel like it. Donations are always appreciated but never expected. I hope you guys aren't getting sick of me saying that. And as well, I have my email here, so anybody could email me for a reading if you should ever feel like it. I hope you guys are enjoying me going through this evolutionary calendar. Again, if you've been enjoying me going through this evolutionary calendar, I'm going to milk it for a little bit longer because this is just a thing that I can share, that I'm enjoying sharing. It's it's part of my practice now. So you guys are always going to see me mentioning it in these cold readings. But ultimately with a cold reading, you have to do the whole chart. You have to look through the whole person's experience in order for it to get anywhere, in order for it to mean anything. So I'm glad I got to do this with Vinayak today and with Hope. Now we're 4 hours in, let's call it a day. I think that 2 a day seems to be the only way. Maybe I could squeeze it and get it tighter so that I could do like an hour and then an hour and then an hour. But I just don't get as much. I get a lot out of doing 2 people a day. Once I've warmed up, I'm an hour into a reading. That's when I'm warmed up and getting the most out of the reading. So I think 2 a day seems to be where we're at here when I do these cold readings. I think eventually I'm going to start doing cold readings more often. And then I'm going to I'm experimenting right now by putting new videos out as a premiere, not live, but as a pre-recorded video. I'm doing them on Mondays. And then I'm going to do the cold readings more often on Thursdays. I'm thinking of doing that. As well, everybody, keep your eyes peeled. Should have mentioned it in the beginning. I'm writing a book right now. 2 books, actually. The first one's going to be coming out hopefully next year, if not the year after. It's a bitch. Writing is a lot. But I enjoy doing it. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And keep your eyes peeled for more videos coming, folks. See you later, Oblivion to Awakening. Let's call it a day. I love doing these sessions with you guys. Keep your eyes peeled, like I said, because we've got a Giesta video coming out. I'm going to eventually do Jupiter and Aries. And I've got more videos related to, again, this evolutionary script. The first video of which is the most important one. This age-based astrological patterns, aka the script. It's a very important thing that I'm doing right now. And if you guys are into this thing that I'm doing, is my most recent work, check out that video. It's a condensed gem of these 4 age-based astrological patterns. That'll be the theme probably of our cold readings for a little bit. So until the next one, guys, take care. Thanks. Nice to see you, Silber, Sammy, Oblivion to Awakening, Hani, Hope. Thank you for volunteering. Leviathan, nice to see you. You'll be getting that Gesta video soon. Thanks to Vinayak for also volunteering. We had Sways, that's Louise, hanging out with us today. We had Kshem. Nice to see you here. Miamore, it's nice to see you as well. Raiden was hanging out with us. Batman Goo. Louise MacLeod. Nice to see all you guys here. Take care. Lots of love. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks so much for hanging out with me all this time.